Okay. This is just to test whether those online can hear me.
It works.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, Florian.
Good morning. Ashley and Aurélie, and Vancy, if you're already there, would you like to briefly check your video to make sure that that's working, if you wouldn't mind turning on your video? Great, yeah. We can see you both. Perfect. Thanks.
Hi, good morning. This is Wansi from Singapore. Just checking if you can hear me.
Hi, Vancy. Yes, we can hear you very well, and we can see you. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Perfect, great.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thanks for joining. We will let you know once we get to the panel discussion, where we'll invite you to turn on your video.
Sure.
Thank you.
Right. Thank you.
All right. Good morning, everyone. I think we're going to start. I realize it's an early start, and thank you very much for those of you who are in the room for making it so early to this session to start today with us. My name is Florian Ostmann. I'm the head of AI governance and regulatory innovation at the Alan Turing Institute, which is the UK's National Institute for Data Science and AI. And it's a real pleasure to welcome you to this session today, which will be dedicated to thinking about AI standardization and the role that multi-stakeholder participation and international cooperation have to play to make AI standards a success. There's been quite a lot of discussion, of course, across many different sessions around AI over the last few days, including on AI governance in many different ways. And standards has come up in quite a few different contexts, but I don't believe there has been sort of a full session dedicated to standards in the sense that we will be looking at today, which is standards developed by formally recognized standards development organizations. We'll tell you a bit more about what we mean by that in a moment. And so we're really excited about the opportunity to sort of dive deeper into this particular topic, into the role that standards as a specific governance tool can play to ensure the responsible use and development of AI. And to do so in particular in relation to the principles that are at the core of IGF in terms of multi-stakeholder participation and international cooperation. I'll say a few words about the structure of the session. We will begin with a presentation about an initiative that we launched in the UK just about a year ago. That initiative is called the AI Standards Hub. Some of you may have heard about it before. It's a partnership between the Alan Turing Institute, the British Standards Institution, and the National Physical Laboratory in the UK, working very closely with the UK government. And it's an initiative dedicated to awareness raising and increasing participation, capacity building around AI standardization. So we'll tell you a bit about how we set up the initiative, what the mission is, and also our plans and sort of interest to collaborate internationally with like-minded partners around these topics. And we'll then move on to a panel discussion. We've got 4 terrific speakers with us today from different regions of the world to join us on a reflect on these themes of multi-stakeholder participation and international cooperation in AI standards. And then we'll make sure to reserve some time at the end for sort of your participation, your thoughts, and questions that you may have. We will be using Mentimeter later on as an interactive exercise, but we will get to that later on. We'll share the link for that when we get to it. And please do feel free, throughout the session to use the chat function or the Q&A function to share any questions. We will monitor the chat and we will try our best to work any questions into the session as we move along. So with all of that said, we will start with the presentation, and for that I'm joined by 2 colleagues, by Matilda Rode, who is the AI and cybersecurity sector lead at the British Standards Institution, which is the UK's national standards body, and Sandeep Bandari, head of digital innovation at the National Physical Laboratory, which is the UK's National Measurement Institute or Metrology Institute. So I'll pass over to them and then I'll come back later. Matilda, over to you.
Great, thank you, Florian. Good morning, everyone. It's great to see so many of you here, and thank you to those of us who are joining us online as well. So the AI Standards Hub, as Florian has already introduced, has got 2 key missions. The first is advancing the use of responsible AI, and that's by unlocking some of the particular benefits of standards as a governance mechanism. As Florian mentioned, this week we've heard a lot about regulation for AI, guidelines and frameworks, but in this session we're specifically focusing on standards, which is distinct from these other regulatory mechanisms in the sense that standards are voluntary codes of conduct of representing best practice. And the second mission of the Standards Hub is to empower stakeholders to become actively involved in the international AI standardization landscape, including participation in the development of standards and the informed use of published standards. If you have attended any other sessions this week on how we can look at responsible AI practices, you might find the landscape slightly overwhelming, and the AI Standards Hub can hopefully be a tool to help navigate that space. Is anyone in the room involved in the development of standards in any way, just out of interest? No? Okay, great. So there are several organizations behind the AI Standards Hub. We've heard again this week, I'm sure you've been to other sessions on the use of responsible AI, calls for tracing the data that's used in models, finding weaknesses, and making sure that they're reliable and not giving us untrustworthy results. Many of these questions are actually still open research problems, and that's one of the reasons that the Hub brings together several organizations with different strengths. So the three that we're here representing today that make up the Hub are the Alan Turing Institute, which is the National Institute for Data Science and AI, so it's an academic research organization. BSI, British Standards Institute, which is the national standards body that represents the UK at ISO, the International Standards Organization, and the National Physical Laboratory, NPL, which is the National Metrology or Measurement, not Weather, Institute, which produces technical measurement standards, and these feed into the overall standards themselves. And this initiative has been supported by the UK government's Department for Science, Innovation and Technology. So international standards are governance tools which are developed by various standards organizations, some of which we've listed on the slide here. And if you aren't aware of the standards development landscape in AI, which hopefully by the end of this session you will be more informed on that topic, you might have come across some of the most famous ISO standards, such as 27001 series on cybersecurity and 9001 on quality management. There is now a rapidly growing landscape of standards for AI. So we're anticipating the first ISO standard on AI to be published at the end of this year or perhaps beginning of next year. And there are many others in development, including on the use of sustainable AI, mitigation of bias in AI, and a very interesting standard to be published hopefully next spring or summer, 42006, on audit practices for AI, which will also be very interesting for compliance with the EU AI Act. So why standardization for AI versus, for example, regulation or framework? So regulation is obviously something that's supported by legal framework, and organizations are required to comply, whereas standards are voluntary codes of best practice. But why would companies bother to adhere to these voluntary codes? Well, as you might have heard from some of the large organizations developing AI models this week, they've been developing their own internal codes of best practice, but each one of these are slightly different. If we can develop a standardized way of doing this, we can provide quality and safety assurance, inbuild other goals like environmental targets or UN Sustainable Development Goals. They can be used for ethical development, knowledge and technology transfer, and to provide interoperability between products. Ultimately, standards can help build trust between organizations and their consumers, and also along the supply chain, both in the supply chain that an organization is feeding into and the organizations that are feeding into your own supply chain. These can also provide market access by complying with certain trade requirements. They link into other government mechanisms and can also be used as a kind of pathway towards regulation, as they are indeed in certain sectors, particularly for things like medical devices, for example. So just because we had a response in the room, standards development, I hope this is relevant information, that standards are voluntary for organisations to comply with. They're developed by committees, so they're not developed by standards bodies, and unlike regulation, which is developed by regulators, they're developed by experts in this area who are volunteers on a standards committee, and they're also developed by consensus, 2/3 consensus, in case you're interested. There are also quite a lot of standards. 3,000 standards roughly are produced every year by BSI, British Standards Institute alone. And again, I hope that the AI Standards Hub will be a useful tool for those of you who are looking to navigate this space with regards to AI. So not just the horizontal AI standards, which are general standards relating to AI, but also the ones that are sector specific, because we have specific requirements in certain sectors. Now, because it's early in the morning, I thought it would be fun to do a quiz. And I wondered if anybody, if these things on the board mean anything to anyone in the room. Don't be shy. Okay, good. Yeah, this again is a kind of indicator of the fact that there can be quite an overwhelming number of acronyms and numbers in the standards landscape, which once you become familiar with using them, you find yourself using them all the time, but can make it quite impenetrable in the first place. So 42001 is the standard that we're expecting to be published at the end of the year. It's currently in FDIS stage, which is final draft international standard. It means it's only out for editorial comments, and as long as there aren't too many of them, we're expecting it to be published in December or January. So this will be the first international standard published on AI, and it's an AI risk management system standard. I already mentioned 42006 on audit, which we expect next spring. JTC1 is the Joint Technical Committee 1, which is the parent committee of Subcommittee 42. I can keep going on with these numbers, that actually developed 42001, and then just showing how this maps down to the national level. ART1 is the relevant AI Standards Development Committee within BSI. And in case you're interested, on the ISO website, there's a lot of information about how many and which countries are involved in each committee in the development of the standards. So you can dig into that data. And with that, I'm going to hand back to Florian to tell you more about the hub.
Thank you, Matilda. So with sort of that set out in terms of, what kinds of standards we are focused on and, why we think those standards are important, let me tell you a bit more about the relationship between the Standards Hub and the UK's policy thinking on AI, and then go into more detail on how we developed our strategy and the kinds of challenges that we're trying to address with the hub. So in terms of the policy context, and Nikita, who's joining us on the panel discussion, will go into more detail later on. The main thing to mention is that the UK government has, over the last few years, gone through a process of thinking about the regulation of AI, but also more broadly the regulation of digital technologies in general. And throughout different pieces of policy work, policy papers and policy statements, there's been a recognition of the role of standards as a governance tool for the reasons that Matilda mentioned, sort of the way in which standards are developed, the fact that they are open to input from all relevant stakeholder groups, the fact that they can be useful to support regulation in various ways, or also to fill regulatory gaps where regulation doesn't exist. So Nikita will say more about this, but essentially the hub is a deliverable that was highlighted in the National AI Strategy that the UK government published in September 2021, and also plays an important role in the context of the recently published, that was about half a year ago in March this year, the recently published AI Regulation White Paper. Now, the AI Regulation White Paper, at a very high level, just a few words about that, sets out a context-specific, risk-based and decentralized regulatory approach. So what that means in practice is that it's based on the view that existing regulatory bodies are best placed to think about the implications of AI in their relevant regulatory remits. And in order to sort of encourage and enable regulatory bodies to think about these implications, the white paper sets out 5 guiding principles. Those principles are fairly familiar to anyone, familiar with AI governance. They resonate very closely with the OECD AI principles, for example. So the white paper sets out these 5 principles and then essentially sort of puts the task to regulators to think about the implementation of these principles in their remits, and emphasizes the role of standards developed in SDOs in terms of facilitating that implementation. So in a sense, there's an important link between the objectives of the regulatory approach and the role of standards, in the sense that standards are seen as facilitating the implementation of principles, providing that the detail that is needed to make those principles meaningful and in a given context, in a given regulatory remit. Now, moving on to sort of the challenges that we're trying to address with the hub. As Matilda mentioned, standards in the organizations that we are focused on are developed through a process that is open to all stakeholder groups. And we know that in the AI space, there are lots of different stakeholder groups, whose interests are affected or whose views are relevant to the development of standards. And that includes, of course, different actors in the AI supply chain, so developers, procurers, users. But it also includes stakeholders outside of industry. It includes, importantly, civil society and consumer perspectives. It also includes regulators and academic researchers. And while the standards development process is open to all of those groups, we know historically that not all of these groups are equally strongly represented in those processes. And so to give some examples, civil society voices we know are less strongly represented compared to other voices, compared to industry, for example. And within industry, SMEs and startups, for example, are less strongly represented compared to larger companies. So at the core of the mission of the AI Standards Hub and the reason for setting it up isn't just the recognition of the importance of AI standards, but it's also the recognition that in order for AI standards to be effective and fit for purpose, it's really important that all of those stakeholder perspectives are included in the development of standards. And what we're trying to do with the hub is to help all of those stakeholder groups, and especially those who have less experience in the space, to develop the knowledge, develop the skills and the understanding, and also perhaps the coordination that's needed to achieve that involvement. In terms of what sort of the key groups are, I think I mentioned them already. So in the private sector, it includes larger and smaller companies, it includes civil society, consumer groups, regulatory bodies, academia. And then, of course, there are people who are already actively involved in standards committees. Those are also key because they can, of course, play an important role in guiding others and sharing information about that work. We did a fair amount of stakeholder engagement leading up to the launch of the hub. So we were very mindful of, making sure that we develop an initiative and develop a shape for the initiative that meets actual needs rather than just developing something in the abstract for which there isn't a need. And so we did several engagement roundtables and surveys with each relevant stakeholder groups. And one of the things we tested at the outset, of course, was, is there a recognition of the importance of standards and what's the current level of awareness and engagement in the space? And as this slide shows, there's more detailed data, but just at a high level to give you a sense, is really that across all groups, there was a strong recognition that standards are going to be key for AI governance. And there is significant thinking in each group about AI standardization, but there is a clear gap, as you can see, between the perceived importance of the topic and the extent of current thinking. And that sort of, awareness gap and to some extent also capability gap in thinking about standards is what we're trying to address. We then tried to dig a bit deeper and sort of explored with stakeholder groups what are the challenges, what's holding you back, what explains that gap, what's holding you back in engaging with AI standardization. And at a high level, there were sort of 4 key areas that came out of that part of the engagement. The first one is a perceived lack of easily accessible information around AI standards. That includes understanding, keeping track of which standards are being developed and published, but then also identifying those standards that are most relevant to a given user or stakeholder. Secondly, the skills needed to contribute to standards development or engage with standards once they are published. So there, there's a strong sense that both the process of developing standards can be quite complex, and you need knowledge and skills to navigate that process. But then, of course, also knowledge about what does best practice for AI look like? What does a good standard look like? What should I be contributing if I am on a committee and contribute to drafting a standard? So skills, the second area. Thirdly, securing organizational buy-in for engagement. So we know that engagement with standards development can be time-consuming. How do I convince my organization that that's a worthwhile thing to do, given that there are competing resource priorities? And that's sort of relevant, of course, especially for those types of organizations who are historically less involved in this space. And then fourthly, a need for analysis and strategic direction. So given the fact, and I'll say more about this in a moment, that there is such a vast number of AI-related standards already being developed, which are the areas that are most important? Are there gaps that need to be addressed, standards that are missing? A need for strategic direction in shaping AI standardization. So those were the challenges, and we then, in shaping the strategy, essentially translated those challenges in 4 different pillars of activity that the Hub is pursuing. The first pillar is what we're calling the observatory. That can be found on our website, and that consists of 2 databases. One is a database on AI standards, and the other one is a database on AI-related policies from around the world. Community collaboration is around organizing events, virtual events, in-person events to engage the community, bring stakeholders together around conversations, to gather input into standards that are under development, to identify priorities and needs, and so on. Knowledge and training, that's where we've developed a suite of e-learning materials that can be found on our website, but we're also offering in-person training events, virtual ones and in-person ones. And then fourthly, research and analysis. That's sort of a more traditional research function where the Hub pursues research to develop insights to address these needs for strategic direction and analysis. I'd like to say just a bit more about each pillar, and in particular the observatory, and within the observatory the AI standards database, because that's in a way the resource that took the most thinking in terms of how we develop it and how it should be designed. So the Observatory for AI Standards is a database on our website that tracks both standards under development and standards that have already been published for AI. You can see a breakdown on the slide for how these standards are distributed across different categories. The key thing here is that it's really a large number already, so over 300 relevant standards that are captured in the database, a large number of standards that are already published. What sort of was key in designing the database is to make it easier to navigate that vast number of standards. So we've developed a range of different filter categories, a search function, and so on. We also have interactive features. It's possible to follow a standard, in which case you get updates when a standard moves from one development phase to the next, for example. You can let other community members know if you have been involved in the development of standards, so they can reach out to you and try to find out more. And then there is a discussion thread and also an opportunity to leave reviews for a standard that you may have used or that you may have been involved with. In terms of the other pillars, I'll keep this very brief, but you will find more information on all of this on our website. So on the community collaboration pillar, over the last 12 months, we had a series of events. Those are, to a large extent, recorded, and you will be able to find recordings on our events page if you're interested. Some of that was focused on transparent and explainable AI as a specific topic. Others was more generally focused on trustworthy AI. There was targeted engagement with certification bodies. And then we also have a standing forum for UK regulators, where regulators have a space to come together among themselves as a single stakeholder group to exchange knowledge around the role that standards can play in AI regulation. For knowledge and training, as I mentioned, that includes various e-learning materials. There's sort of a snapshot of some examples on this slide. If you're interested, we'd like to invite you to take a look at that on the website. And the same is the case for research and analysis. This is just a snapshot of some of the most recent pieces, but more of that and more details you'll be able to find on the website. That concludes the sort of the summary of what we have been up to so far and why we set up the AI Standards Hub. And I'll now pass on to Sunny to tell us more about our objectives and our interest to collaborate internationally.
Brilliant. Thank you, Florian, and good morning to everybody in the room, and good afternoon and good evening to those online as well. So my name is Sunny, and I'm from the National Physical Laboratory and a part of this amazing collaboration that we've set up. And I'll talk a bit more about what the collaboration is and what our aspirations are and why we have those objectives and aspirations. So we've heard a lot over the last few days about the growing need for standards to help with governance, with assessment, and heard about many different challenges. So on the screen you can see several different initiatives, development of policies and strategies. But actually, even just yesterday I heard about some work going on in Africa, where across the continent there are at least 25 initiatives and around 466 different policies in development. And so we've got all of this environment out there in the world where lots of countries, lots of regional organizations are working to do all of this work. And we've really seen that the world recognizes the importance of standards. So if we draw out just one of those examples with the recently published EU AI Act, we can see that the support, the development, the creation of the conformity to standards, to do that, most nations have something called a quality infrastructure, which tends to be built up of a few different organizations, which include organizations such as myself, which is the Technical Measurement Standards, and then the national standards body, such as the British Standards Institute, and then other organizations that actually check the conformity and compliance, as well as accredit organizations. So our hub is an example of how bringing these can be a valuable exercise in itself, because it helps with a diverse set of skills, capacity building, as well as looking at the entire ecosystem or that value chain in the whole together at the same time. But how do we lift that from a national paradigm to an international paradigm? These standards have to be worked in by consensus, and we all have shared challenges, and globally we're all at various stages of our domestic journeys. So how do we bring everyone around the world to the same level and work on our shared global challenges to truly realize the benefits of AI, as well as provide that confidence to us as normal people, as the public, to have in this technology and really benefit from it? So here on the screen you see some of the role of standards within the EU AI Act, where they've taken 5 principles and then set out 7 essential requirements within a high-risk system or high-risk systems. And so the European Commission has requested Sensenelec to now develop standards around 10 issues to really try and harmonize these standards, which then make this presumption of legal conformity. Now, as I said, these standards are generally voluntary, so how can we work on these together such that everyone is on that same level platform? So we really are trying to do this, and on the screen you just see 3 small examples of some of the things that we have in train. In addition, we have had much international interest, and really pleasing the reach out we've had from north, south, east and west. And so we're partners with the OECD, and we cross-reference with their tools and metrics for trustworthy AI, and they also cross-reference with the hub. We're also doing a lot of work with NIST and other like-minded organizations. Put that into a bit of context. NIST is the American equivalent, or NPL is the British equivalent of each other, and there are 100 different organizations of this around the world which are signatories to the 1875 Meter Convention. So there is already certain platforms to do this work. Now, assessment, for example, is expressly a measurement activity. how can we all understand and make those measurements? How would you actually measure the trustworthiness of something quantitatively? Also appreciating that AI is very context-specific, so now there is a new paradigm where we also have to think about qualitative assessment and measurements. And then another example we have here is where some of the work we're working with other national standards bodies around the world, and in this case we've pulled out the bilateral work going on with Canada at the moment, and again, it's not limited to just Canada, we're working with many other countries. Next slide, please, Florian. And so broadly, these are the kinds of things that people are asking us to think about and do. So how do we build these international stakeholder networks? There is a big challenge out there in the world that every region is lacking the skills, the resources, the people, the knowledge in these things. So how do we bring the right people together to share, to address these shared challenges? And so, as talked about several times already, it's about bringing the national standards bodies together with the national measurement institutes, bringing the right academic prowess into the room. And most importantly, why are we doing this and who are we doing this for? We've been asked to help and work with others on collaborative research, and then also developing these shared resources, so lifting up from the national paradigm to the international paradigm. And so Florian's already shown some screenshots of the platform. Next slide, please. And what we'd really like to, I'd like to finish off this part is, this is not just a UK resource. This is available, anybody can access this, so please come have a look, and if there's anything there of interest and you would really like to work on shared challenges, then please get in touch. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Sunny. So that brings us to the end of the presentation part of our session. As I mentioned earlier, we do have sort of an interactive exercise that we've prepared and that we'd like to come back to towards the end. We'll do that using Mentimeter. And so before we move on to the panel discussion, I'd like to invite you all, both those of you in the room and those of you joining online, to take a moment to go to Mentimeter and then in your own time sort of complete the questions that you will see on your screen that come up. It's not a big exercise, so don't worry. Also worth mentioning that it's completely anonymous, but I think there will be some interesting results that we can look at when we get to the discussion later on. So to get to Mentimeter, you can either go to menti.com and enter this code. My colleague Anna will also put the chat for Mentimeter, the link for Mentimeter into the chat, so you can just click there, or you can try to scan the QR code if that works for you. So we'll just take a moment. I'll leave the slide on for a short moment, and the link is now in the chat as well, before we move on. Great. I think I'll stop sharing the slide, but the link for the Mentimeter is in the chat, so I hope everyone will be able to access that there. Let me move on to introducing our panel. As I mentioned, we're very excited to be joined by a great panel of experts today with a vast amount of experience in the AI standard space from across different regions of the world. And also Nikita Bangu, our colleague from the UK government, who will tell us a bit more about sort of the context in the UK policy field. So I will stop sharing the slide, and I'd like to invite our panelists to turn on their cameras. Fantastic. Nikita is joining us here on the stage, so it'd be great if you could move the camera such that we are both visible. Nikita is sitting to the right of me. And I'll just briefly introduce our panelists. So I'll start with Nikita. Nikita Bangu is the head of digital standards policy in the UK government's Department for Science, Innovation and Technology. She works in the digital standards team in the department, which brings together the UK government's global engagement with key internet governance and digital standards bodies. and she works on digital standards policy portfolio, which includes standards policy on new and emerging technologies such as AI and other areas such as quantum technologies. So welcome, Nikita. Thank you for joining us. Ashley Kazovan, next on the panel, is the Executive Director of the Responsible AI Institute, which is a multi-stakeholder nonprofit dedicated to mitigating harm and unintended consequences of AI systems. Ashley has been at the forefront of building tools and policy interventions to support the responsible use and adoption of AI and other technologies. She'll tell us more about that, including her important work and the Institute's important work on certification. And previously, Ashley led the development of the first major AI-related government policy instrument in Canada, which is the Directive on Automated Decision-Making Systems. Welcome, Ashley, and thank you for taking the time to join us. Vansi Lee is the Director of Data-Driven Tech at Singapore's Infocom Media Development Authority. In the area of AI, Vansi's responsibilities include driving Singapore's approach to AI governance, growing the trustworthy AI ecosystem in Singapore, and collaborating with governments around the world to further the development of responsible AI. She is also responsible for encouraging greater use of emerging data technologies such as privacy-enhancing tech to enable more trusted data sharing in Singapore. Welcome, Vansi, and thank you for joining. And then last but not least, we have Aurélie Jacquet, who is an independent consultant advising ASX 20 companies on the responsible implementation of AI. Aurélie also works as a principal research consultant at CSIRO Data 61, which is part of Australia's National Science Agency. And she leads global initiatives on the implementation of responsible AI in various areas. And one piece that's particularly worth highlighting, which again we'll hear more about, is Aurélie's role in chairing Australia's National Committee for Standardization for AI, which represents Australian views within ISO and the development of AI standards in ISO. Welcome, Aurélie, and thank you. Great. So with those introductions done, let's move on to the first round of questions. And I would like to start with you, Nikita, from a sort of a UK perspective. I mentioned earlier, at a very high level, what the relationship between the hub and the wider policy thinking and government has been and is. But it'd be great to hear from you a bit more about how policy thinking in DCIT relates to the hub, what are the ideas that led to the creation of the hub, and why does the UK government think that this is an important initiative?
Sure, thank you, Florian, and good morning to all of those in the room, and good afternoon and evening to those online as well. As Florian mentioned, I'm Nikita Bangu, and I'm the UK government representative on the panel today. Florian, Matilda and Sunny provided a great overview of what the AI Standards Hub does. I guess just to provide a bit more context from the UK government perspective and our policy thinking there, I'll just run you through kind of our approach to standards and how we've embedded that into our AI policy governance as well. So I guess to start with is just to note that the UK government sees standards as as many benefits in kind of AI standards and engaging in the standardization landscape. In our recent AI white paper, which sets out our approach to regulating AI policy more broadly, we noted the importance that standards and other tools such as assurance techniques can play within the wider AI governance framework as well, and can help sort of implement some of the approaches from the UK government's approach on AI policy as well. The paper sort of recognises that digital standards are not an end to themselves. They are a means of making the technology work, and really important to consider sort of the wider toolkit that we have within our regulation and governance approach to AI as well. Under the UK presidency of the G7, we also looked into digital standards with our G7 and like-minded colleagues as well, and set up the collaboration on digital technical standards as well, to kind of note the importance of working together within this space and recognizing the benefits that standards have within the wider AI policy regulatory framework. I think having said that, in terms of the benefits of AI standards, we also recognize that it is a very complex space. There are, from speaking to our stakeholders and through sort of our research and collaboration with international partners, we recognize that there are many barriers in place in participating in the AI standardization ecosystem. So as UK government, we were really keen to sort of work with our stakeholders and our international partners to reduce these benefits so that standards can be for all, whether it's from knowing what standards are and how to adopt them into your business, to kind of encouraging that multi-stakeholder global approach to developing standards and providing all groups with the opportunities and toolkits they need to participate in this ecosystem as well. You would have heard a lot at the IGF today of the importance of collaboration and multi-stakeholder approach to digital technologies. That's exactly the same for standards, which it's quite difficult to do because, as I mentioned, it is quite complex. Many people who develop standards have been playing sort of in that game for many years. So there is kind of a need to sort of support our stakeholders there to sort of help get them in those organizations and really understanding what standards are. So I guess through consulting with our stakeholders, we identified the key challenges in the UK, which Florian went through in the presentation just now. We kind of thought about how we can kind of intervene in that market to support our stakeholders in reducing those barriers to enable the benefits of AI standards to seep through. Some of our key aims for kind of setting up the AI Standards Hub and doing that work was to increase the adoption and awareness of standards, to create clear synergies between AI governance and standards, hence sort of our work with the AI white paper and setting out the role for AI standards as a tool for trustworthy AI, and also to provide practical tools for stakeholders to understand and engage in the standards ecosystem. So that really was our thinking behind setting up the AI Standards Hub and sort of working with our key experts in the field, bringing together parts of the UK National Quality Infrastructure, British Standards Institute, and National Physical Laboratory, and our National AI Centre to bring the minds together so that we can reach a wide user base in the UK and beyond to help facilitate the reduction of barriers we've seen in this place. The AI Standards Hub has been running for a year now. I think next week it's the first birthday of the AI Standards Hub, which is great. And we've seen lots of success in this space over the past year. We're looking to increase our international collaboration with the AI Standards Hub in the coming years. I'm really keen to follow up on this conference and participate with you more in that space as well. I think the last thing I would just note is that we, UK government, commissioned an independent evaluation of the pilot phase of the hub, which was the first 6 months of the hub, to just to understand sort of what's worked well and how we can continue growing. We will be publishing that evaluation, so it will be on our gov.uk website, so accessible for all to look at. But some early findings really indicate that the hub has helped support the UK community in understanding what AI standards are. We conducted a survey and found 70% of respondents kind of noted that the hub is really helping in building that knowledge gap and sort of inspiring and motivating them to get more involved in the development organisations, which is great to see. I'll stop there.
Great. Thank you very much, Nikita, for adding that context. And yeah, it's exciting that we're approaching the 1-year anniversary. Thanks for mentioning that. Great. So we'll now move on sort of to the international perspectives. If I didn't make it explicit earlier, so the great thing about the panel is that we will have sort of, perspectives from Canada and the US or North America. That's Ashley's focus. And then Vansi from Singapore and Aurelie's experience in Australia. It would be great to hear how some of the themes that we shared resonate with your experiences in those countries. So I essentially would like, as a first round, ask each of you roughly the same question, which is, how does what we've presented so far, and of course you've heard about the AI Standards Hub previously, the challenges that we're trying to address, the kind of initiative that we've built, how does that resonate with what you see in terms of AI standardization priorities and challenges in your countries? I know that in some cases there are initiatives that are quite similar or comparable in nature, at least overlapping. And perhaps we can start with you, Ashley. One such initiative is the Data and AI Standards Collaborative that you are heavily involved in. So it'd be great to hear a bit more about that, and also more generally your reflections on this space.
Yes, thank you so much. And thanks for having us here to present about the work that we're doing. And also, I think just establishing this really important conversation related to AI standards. I think it's, as you've mentioned, becoming a more important discussion, or at least one that more people are reflecting on, given the connection to different types of regulations. However, it still seems to be a very confusing topic because standards can mean so many different things. Ironically, standards are not standard. And so there's a lot of different points in which, or entry points, I guess, into that conversation, and understanding why they're being established for what purpose is something that we're trying to reflect on in the Canadian context. As Florian's mentioned, I am heavily involved in an initiative that's been established by the Canadian government called the Data and AI Standards Collaborative. And I'm the co-chair of that, representing civil society. And in this capacity, we've been really trying to understand the implications of AI systems and the data that feeds into those, and really trying to bring together civil society, academia, and government agencies to reflect on what types of standards are needed, really, really similar in nature to what you've already heard from the Standards Hub. And one of the things that we're quite interested in doing as part of this initiative is trying to identify different types of specific use cases, again, kind of aligned to the pillars that Florian presented on previously, and understand the context-specific standards that are required within the whole value chain of an AI system. And I guess what I'll say in addition to that is, maybe because I'm here to represent the North American piece, but I do not speak on behalf of NIST, but because it was mentioned earlier, we're starting to see a lot of uptake in tools in the North American market that is related to some of the work that is happening in these national government activities. So Florian earlier spoke about NIST's AI RMF, the risk management framework. And what we're starting to see through this initiative, OECD, et cetera, is the work through these multi-stakeholder forums to be able to establish good baseline initiatives for standards to be developed from. So that could be things like even just what does the life cycle of an AI system look like? What are the different types of definitions that we should be using for these systems, and have some commonality amongst those. Because what we'd like to get into then more deep from a Canadian Data and AI Standards Collaborative perspective is, as I said, back to those use cases, understanding what types of certifications, standards, mechanisms are required for both the evaluation of a quality management system that Nikita spoke to earlier that we're seeing with 42001, and then what is needed at a product level, which is work that we're doing at the Responsible AI Institute, which I'm sure I'll speak to after, and then looking also to individual certification. And this is something that Aurelie, I'm sure, will address, as it's something that she's been quite interested in for a while in terms of what does individual training look like. And so when I mention these different types of standards that are needed, there's really a breadth that we're needing to look at. So I'll leave it there, and just really happy to be here and have this discussion at an international forum like this.
Great, thank you very much, Ashley, and we'll come back to some of those points later. Moving on to you, Vansi, similar question for you. How how does sort of the points around the importance of standards, but also the challenges, how does that resonate with your work and your experience in Singapore? And I believe there's an initiative that's quite relevant from your perspective. That's the Verify initiative. Be great to hear a bit more about that, and then your sort of views on standardization more broadly.
Thanks, Lauren. Hi, everyone. I'm Wansi from Singapore. I'm from the Singapore government. Thanks for having me on the panel this morning. It's really interesting to be able to talk about standards with like-minded folks from around the world. One of the things that we recognize in Singapore, for us in Singapore, it's very important, is the need for international cooperation. So that's something when Sunny talked about just now, is something that really resonated as well. So international cooperation, it can be done in various ways. Of course, Singapore is an active member in the ISO process. So we participate and we contribute and we vote and so on. But at the same time, we do not just leave it at the ISO kind of level of cooperation. We also work quite closely with countries, and we also participate actively in the multilateral platforms. So maybe just as an example, since I actually spoke about NIST, and that was also brought up in the earlier presentation. The NIST AIRMF coming from the US is something that many organizations will be looking at. And then for us, and what's important then is how then do we, our own work in Singapore, map to, or how do we work together with what NIST has already published. So we very actively started a mapping project with NIST. We developed a crosswalk where we sort of looked at what we have done in Singapore in terms of our guidelines for AI Verify, Model AI Governance Framework that we have published a couple of years ago. And then we did a mapping exercise then to see where we are aligned and where we're different. And of course, at this level, we've gone to some level of detail. Even at the level of details, there are many similarities and quite a lot of alignment. We find that this work is very helpful for organizations or companies that are operating internationally, because they want to make sure that what they are doing in terms of implementing the right practices and so on for responsible AI, it is aligned both to Singapore's requirements as well as some of the standards work that's happening in the US. So that's why we started that process with NIST. And of course, then extending that, then we're looking at other standards that are being developed through ISO, SENS and NELAC and so on, and to see how we can align as well. So that's one example of how we can cooperate internationally and how we can make sure that there's at least some kind of alignment or interoperability between the kind of, or amongst the kind of guidelines and standards that have been developed. The other area that resonated is the need for multi-stakeholder engagement. Of course, there are platforms to do that. ISO is one platform. Our own Singapore standards work is also another platform. But I thought, as Flora mentioned, I'll highlight one of the things that we're doing that's a little bit different, just to show that there are many alternatives out there. Besides guidelines, requirements that the Singapore government sets out, we also wanted to make sure that organizations are able to demonstrate adherence or compliance to some of these guidelines, right? So we developed the AI Verify testing framework and toolkit. So it's a set of detailed requirements on how then you think about validating responsible AI practices or implementation of responsible AI requirements when organizations implement AI systems. So quite a lot of detailed process checks, for example, align again to international principles. We looked at requirements from around the world. We looked at principles from OECD and so on. And then we defined that into a set of testing requirements. At the same time, we also identified how do we test, right? It's not just about process checks, but also how do you actually test the system. So we developed a toolkit looking at some of the work that's already being done by academics around the world, as well as some of the work that's been done by companies, and put together a toolkit to test for fairness, explainability, and robustness, because those are things that we think we can test at this stage. But we also recognize that testing capability continues to evolve, and there are many gaps. So people around the world are working on different aspects. That's why then we decided for AI Verify testing framework toolkit to open source it. That's one. But not only to open source it so that people can contribute, but also created a foundation, an open source foundation to support the contribution and engagement of organizations, developers, individuals around the world to build up AI Verify toolkit and framework. Even as we look at generative AI, for example, that's something then that needs to be extended for AI Verify, and that's why we feel it's important to work with the global community, and the open source foundation is one way in which you can get multi-stakeholder involvement in technical development, as well as sharing of knowledge and experiences in the space of AI governance testing. So that's one kind of slightly different take on how we take on multi-stakeholder engagement approach. Yeah. Thanks. I'll just pause here for now. Thanks.
That's great. Thank you, Vansi. And it would be great to come back later, in the next round and go into a bit more detail, both on sort of priorities for international collaboration and the multi-stakeholder involvement. But before going into more depth, let's move on to you, Aurélie, sort of for your general take, on this topic. You, of course, have a lot of hands-on experience, probably the most hands-on experience in relation to standards, given your role as the Australian committee chair. So it would simply be great to hear, from your vantage point, what's your take on AI standardization, both in terms of importance, challenges, and sort of the international cooperation and multi-stakeholder angle.
Thank you, Florian, and again, delighted to be here in this forum and talking about standards and certifications. This is my favorite topic. To your point, I'd like to maybe go back in time and remind that actually back in 2017 already, the UN published, there was a few papers, academic papers that were published on standards at the time, explaining how they can be used as an agile tool for international governance. So now that the standards are mature and we see a lot more published, there's increased interest. From my perspective, I actually led Australia active participation in the standards. So my motivation was actually, I come from the global markets, financial services, and I saw the mini crash that had happened. We had an onset of regulation that came after the GFC, and at the time, from a compliance perspective, the thought was we really need some set of best practice that we can provide to industry in order to ensure that the onsets of regulation is industry informed. So that was a strong motivation for us to actually make the submission to standards and ISOs for Australia to actively participate and shape the international standard on AI. So that was our entry into that work back in 2018. And as I said, the core business case is Australia is a small country, and it really needs to actively participate in a topic and in the involvement of best practice that for AI that is effectively that's got an international remit. So we had a roadmap already in 2020 for AI standards that had already focused on 42001. You'll hear that number a lot from me. That's the AI management system standard. And this is what we describe here as a crown of the jewels of standards, because it provides for the certification of AI systems. So this was one key of part of our roadmap. Obviously, also as part of the work that I do with CSIRO, Data 61, and National AI Centre in Australia, this was one challenge: is often standards, they are embedded everywhere in our life, but they're not visible, and often organizations are not aware of them. So we started also in Australia through the National AI Centre and through the Responsible AI Network, which is a community of where we gather best practice with a community of experts. That's got 7 pillars, including standards. We have started to develop education program that also that covers best practice, including AI standards. So the initial course that we developed were on what are standards and how they're part of our daily life and how they're relevant for AI. And of course, the AI management system standard, what's coming, what's likely to become the standards that will enable audit of those AI systems. With CSIRO, Data 61, we're also building tools, a set of tools that are leveraging standards work. And you see in a day-to-day as part of adoption in Australia of standards, we've already got the New South Wales AI Assurance Framework that actually is leveraging standards to provide assurance for AI system used by the government. This has been made mandatory for all public services in New South Wales. If they're using AI, they have to go through that AI Assurance Framework. And obviously, from a business perspective, there's definitely some appeal. We see increased appeal in looking at standards that are starting to, that have effectively over 60 countries that are involved in developing them, but also that, let's say, Sensenelec and the EU Commission have been interested from the beginning. We had the EU Commission coming to our ISO meeting from 2018 onwards. So that's why we see our governments already, even at the federal government, we had also some guidance about ChatGPT and generative AI provided, and that referenced some of our standards on bias and others. So there's been a good uptake from that perspective in Australia. And I finish with international initiatives that we have initiated. Also, with Standard Australia, we have developed a workshop that we delivered at the APEC SOM, explaining how effectively AI standards can help, really, how standards can help scale AI, and what has the benefit for organization in different states. But to your point, Florian, there's still this challenge of getting the standards well known, so they're no longer, they're much more visible, and increased participation. But really, this is standards so far has proven, as I said from the beginning, as a very good agile tool for international governance.
Great, thank you very much for that overview, Aurélie. And I think that was a really good segue to the next round of questions. So, you ended on the challenges and more work that needs to be done. And I'd like to basically two rounds, on each of the topics for the session. So the first one on multi-stakeholder engagement, and then the second one on international collaboration. Let's start with multi-stakeholder involvement. So, of course, standardization is already, compared to other governance mechanisms, a very inclusive mechanism, right? I mean, it's contrasts with regulatory rulemaking, for example, in that the process is open to all stakeholder groups in principle. But we are aware, as we mentioned at the beginning, that not all groups are equally represented. So it would be great to hear from all of you, and we'll start with Nikita. What do you see as the main challenges? What are the main obstacles for achieving equitable involvement from all groups? And also, what are the most promising strategies for addressing those challenges. So what can be done, including what can be done collaboratively at the international level to ensure and increase stakeholder inclusion?
Sure, thanks, Florian. So I'll start with some of the main challenges. I mean, we covered it previously in terms of sort of what the UK sees as some of the challenges, but just to kind of point to a few of the key ones. For the UK in particular, it's sort of that ensuring we have the right representation at relevant standards development organisations. We're seeing quite a few large companies, for example, representing industry at standards development organisation, which is, of course, great in terms of providing that view. However, for the UK, most of our technology companies are small to medium enterprises as well, who often are quite small companies and may not have a large regulatory team or standards experts who have the skill set needed to engage effectively in the standards development organisation. So that's we recognise that as a key challenge in terms of our small to medium enterprises as well. I think for us as well, another key stakeholder group is civil society, which has sort of always been a bit of quite challenging to get the resourcing and the expertise into standards development organisations as well. And I guess, Florian just mentioned the key point of the standards are for everyone, and standards are at the sort of offset, providing those building blocks for how technology will be developed. So it's crucial that all stakeholder groups are taken in mind when developing these standards. I think another key challenge for UK government particularly is the issue of, government is another key stakeholder and kind of expertise to get in the state standards development organisations. For us, we have a very, very small technical team within our digital department back in London, which obviously their resources can only stretch so much. So getting those viewpoints and that coordination across sort of constrained resourcing is another challenge. One thing we're doing in the UK government at the moment is thinking about talent pipeline as well. Trying to increase diversity presently, but also in the future, working with standards development organisations and other international partners to create sort of the next generation, I guess you can call it, of standards development organisations, developers as well. I know there's a lot of work going on in this space already. I think BSI do our national standards body do quite a lot in that space, and the IEC has the Young Professional Programme as well to sort of, again, provide that career route and continuation of skill sets into the standards organisation as well. One thing particularly relevant for the IGF is that we're also working with the MAG, the Multi-Advisory Group, to sort of embed digital standards within that thinking as well. So again, using international fora to promote that view of multi-stakeholder and the tools that we can develop together to get different voices in standards development organizations as well.
Great, thank you, Nikita. Ashley, over to you. How does that resonate with you in terms of your views on obstacles and also solutions for ensuring inclusion and participation of stakeholders?
Yeah, I think all of that resonates here as well. I think one of the challenges that we're actually having with the Data and AI Standards Collaborative is that we're trying to be incredibly inclusive. And so to some of the points that Nikita was just making, the bandwidth for the teams that are actually within government that are trying to process and analyze all of that information does become constrained. And so it's, I think, why I spent so much time in my previous discussion talking about the need for us to really understand what types of standards are we talking about, because then we can identify who needs to be at the table for which types of conversations, to have broad-based discussions about all types of AI in all types of contexts makes it really difficult to get the right stakeholders there. One very significant effort that we're trying to make is to ensure inclusion across all aspects of civil society. And so something that's been missing from a lot of our conversations is Indigenous groups in the Canadian context. And so we're making a concerted effort to ensure that voices from the most impacted populations in Canada are being not only brought in, but again, really understanding the harms that can come from these AI systems to try and find appropriate ways that standards can help to mitigate those.
Great, thank you, Ashley. And over to you, Vansi, for your views on stakeholder participation.
Yeah, it's definitely a very complex space. Singapore is a small country, smallest here, I think, amongst everybody on the panel. And we have also limited resources. So one of the things that we need to do is then make sure that we focus our resources in areas where we can contribute to the global conversation, because there's lots going on in the standard space. And so we want to make sure that what we do makes sense in the grand scheme of things. And that's why we are very targeted in terms of where we want to develop and spend effort. Because a lot of the things that's already happening internationally, we could adopt. And where we think there are gaps, then we want to make sure that we have to plug. And that's why we look at actually tooling, testing, as an emphasis in terms of where we want to put our resources. That's not to say that other areas are not important. It's just where we think, oh, there's a gap, and this is where Singapore can help, right? That's how we started AI Verify. In terms of getting more involvement, I think we definitely are very active in making sure that what we do is not just a government kind of perspective. We are very active in engaging industry, companies, large and small, companies that operate globally, that operate domestically in Singapore, to make sure that their voices or their input can be incorporated. Everyone or all organizations can participate in, let's say, the AI Verify Foundation. It's open source anyway. We're trying to make that mechanism for any organization that's interested, even if you're very small, not from Singapore. It is a platform that you can contribute on. And then from there, then we take some of the work that's being done at Verify Foundation, rationalize it at the national level in Singapore, and then we see how we can then support that more globally across in other platforms, whether it's the OECD, GPay, or ISO, or other multilateral platforms. Thanks.
Great, thank you, Vansi. And over to you, Aurelie, for your take on stakeholder inclusion.
Thank you, Florian. So Australia as a small yet powerful delegation. So if you have a small delegation, that should not stop you from being involved in the standards. Most of the experts were new to standards, so it took a little bit of adaptation when we got started back in 2018. One thing I'd like to highlight is, as I say, we worked with other small countries to ensure that the mechanisms that are in place are actually fitting for our size. When you have many experts, you cannot have them in all the different meetings at all times. So we've worked very closely with others to make this process manageable. Australia is actually leading a great way to look at the key element that we have in Australia and how we want to lead them overseas. Of course, we have the resource challenge and the time challenge. From a resource perspective, we're very lucky to help with organizations that is a non-for-profit or smaller business. We have help from the government that just allow us to participate and travel as volunteers and attend the ISO plenary that's coming actually in Vienna next week. One challenge also is that we've been working very closely with Sarah and the National AI Center is really, if you have not participated in the development of those standards, sometimes it's hard to get the context around those documents when they're written. So our experts have worked really hard to start developing some white papers on giving the background between 42001 or some of the bias standards or the sustainability standards that we are developing and how they're building into practice. One challenge remain, obviously, it's for SMEs. The uptake standards are often uptake by broader organizations. So how do we make this more fit for purpose for SME? How do we make it easier accessible for SMEs? That's conversation that are ongoing and on which we are working very closely.
Great, thank you, Aurélie. Now we're already approaching sort of almost, getting close to the hour, so we don't have much time left. There's lots more that I'd like to ask, but I also would like to make sure that we get a chance, to get contributions from the audience. So I think we'll briefly pause the panel and see who might like to come in. I think there's one contribution in the back and also Holly in the front. So if the two of you would like to come in, and then if anyone online would like to come in, you will be able to actually speak. So please do raise your hand if you'd like to contribute. But yeah, please go ahead.
Thank you. My name is Walter Natwis. I'm the coordinator of the Internet Standards Security and Safety Coalition here at the IGF, the Dynamic Coalition. I'd like to make 2 comments. What I notice is that what we're talking about here are all more or less government accepted standards institutions like ISO, CENELEC, etc. What I've noticed in the research that we've been doing on internet standards is that in the technical community, quite often all sort of standards are made as well. And we found that they're almost for 100% not accepted in government policies. So if that, I don't know, but if that is the case with AI as well, then you have 2 separate bodies creating standards, which one may be official at some point and the other ones who make the internet run and AI run on the internet are not addressed in any way. So my suggestion would be to reach out to the technical community and see what is being done in the IETF or IEEE, etc. My second comment is more strategic a little bit. I hear these fantastic initiatives that you're presenting, and we have probably had 19 other AI sessions here at the IGF. So what is going to come out of this session? Ideally, it would have been some sort of, we can't call it a declaration in the IGF context, I know, but what you're doing should be the main message coming out of the AI track here at the IGF, and probably now we all go home with a little report somewhere stuck on a fairly obscure website. So when you talk about the MAG, perhaps if you want to influence it, that next year there will be some sort of a declaration on this, because what you're presenting here is the future. And it's a shame if we go home without the world hearing about it. So thank you.
Thank you very much for that. And yeah, thanks for the, encouraging words in your second comment. To the first comment, just to briefly say, I think, the point you raised is a really important one, and we focused in the presentation on, the organizations that we mentioned, but we very much are aware of the wider landscape, including standards developed in IETF and others. And so it's really part of the mission of what we're trying to achieve is to make those connections and provide the full picture. So thanks for bringing that in. Holly, please.
Hi, I'm Holly Hamblett with Consumers International. We're a membership organisation of consumer groups around the world. And I wanted to start by saying I think this is a really great initiative. I think it's going to be really helpful to have that multi-stakeholder approach, and it's really vital to get consumer organisations and larger civil society involved in these processes. But I wanted to briefly comment on just the value of consumer organisations joining the AI Standards Hub, what we can bring, and then commenting on what the AI Standards Hub will give to us and how it will be helpful. So the value of consumer groups and Consumers International especially is that we can play this role in ensuring that AI is developed ethically and responsibly, because we represent the interests of consumers who are the end users of the products and services. And we bring this unique perspective that a lot of consumer organizations are complaint mechanisms for consumers, so they have direct insight into how they're using the products and services, how it's impacting them. They do a lot of product and service testing themselves, so they have information on whether it's compliant with consumer protection regulations that are existing, whether it needs to be enhanced in some way with standards. So what I'm saying here is that consumer organizations have a lot of data that can help standards be supported with evidence and make sure that it is reflective of consumer interests. And the things that consumer organizations can bring to this space, we have those insights to make sure that standards are grounded in ground level realities, to reflect how the technology will impact consumers. We can bring a global perspective, not just Consumers International, but our whole membership base. We have around 200 consumer organizations in around 100 countries. This is very, very global, very diverse and representative, and bringing in these voices is absolutely vital. We can help ensure that standards is designed to protect consumer interests from the outset. It's a huge problem with regulation, standards, policies, that consumer interests are brought in at the end and they're an afterthought a lot of the time, which leads to further harm for consumers. But bringing them into the discussions to begin with is a really great way to make sure that not only is everything compliant with existing regulation, but that it is sustainable in the long run, because we can consider what impacts it will have on consumers, mitigate the risks, and ensure that everyone enjoys the benefits. We can provide feedback on draft standards to make sure they're clear, concise, and easy to implement. And this isn't just generally to businesses, governments, anyone that it applies to, but this is to consumers themselves. Consumers are aware of the standards, they're able to exercise their consumer rights, they're able to engage with technology a lot better. So it's really good to make sure that they are translated into very consumer-friendly language, and that's something that consumer organizations can absolutely help with. And then the final way that we can help is to promote the adoption of standards by consumer organizations, businesses, governments. We are fairly connected in who we work with, and it's a big benefit of working with consumer organizations that we're able to say, this is consumer friendly, we support this, and it can help push that forward as a standard. But the AI Standards Hub for us is going to be incredibly helpful. Florian mentioned absolutely in the PowerPoint that there are two very sizable challenges that consumer organizations face, or civil society generally. One being that we are not often welcome in the spaces. It's very difficult to get into the standardization process. This is, largely due to the fact that the process is dominated by industry experts or technical representatives, and civil society isn't generally there, which then leads to the consumer interest being the afterthought, which is something that absolutely needs to be avoided. And then secondly is the capacity building. Some of our organizations, our members, are wonderful in the digital space. They're very, very clued up on it. So other members are experts in consumer protection and consumer protection only. It's very difficult for consumer organizations, traditionally being underfunded, not very well resourced, and not experts in everything, to then try and cover the vast scope of all digital issues, particularly complex emerging technologies like AI. So something like the community and capacity building of the hub is going to be beyond helpful. This isn't something that we offer our members, so it's going to be helpful to us as an organization and to our members through that as well, to make sure that they can contribute not only to our work, but to work globally, internationally, make sure that there's the space there, the capacity there to be able to do that. And then I'll end on one final note, because I know I'm taking up a lot of time here, but it's very important to consider that consumer organisations are not a monolithic group. We represent a diverse range of views and interests, and it's important to ensure that there's broad representation of all consumer voices in AI standardisation. And one way to make this easier is for the consumers themselves to understand the process, to contribute to it, and to know what is going on and how they can be a part of this. So we need to develop these user-friendly tools. We need to have the resources and help consumers learn about AI standards, and provide their feedback consistently. Thanks.
Great, thank you very much for that. And we'll be very interested to explore with you how we can work together, address those challenges. And it's particularly great to hear about and consider your role as an international organization that brings together consumer organizations from around the world. Now, we've almost run out of time. I'd like to use the last couple of minutes, if we can, for a very quick round across the panel, and invite each of you to sort of share your final reflections of top 3 priorities for international collaboration. If we bring it back to that theme, and also going back to the earlier question or the comment to encourage us to think of you, if you have
International priorities is collaboration and work. Priorities is collaboration and working with different stakeholder groups in different countries. So that includes sort of from UK government bilaterally and multilaterally with government groups who promote the role of standards within the wider AI governance framework as a tool for trustworthy AI. I think also through mechanisms such as the AI Standards Hub, it's joining up with equivalents internationally, not just sort of government, but different stakeholder groups such as consumer groups, industry as well, to really better understand what are the barriers and what are the challenges in the standards ecosystem, and how can we work together to break through and make the standards environment for all, not just the few. And I think it's a continuation of sort of tangible outcomes following kind of discussions and collaborations in this space, really emphasizing sort of research on standards and UK research, but also working with international partners to understand the broad issues that we've discussed today as well. Thanks.
Thank you, Nikita. Ashley, over to you.
Thanks. I'll keep it short. I think that understanding what's already happening in the space so that we're not reinventing in any country is really important. And so an international exercise, whether that's through OECD or another forum like IGF, to do almost a mapping of the standards that are taking place where, so that we can look to understand not only what's being done, but then what types of harmonization efforts are required, is something that I'd really love to be able to see. And then again, I can't stress this enough, AI is not one monolithic thing. And so really starting to break down the different types of uses and then therefore harms that are attributed from these systems and those specific uses, and then getting the right people, right stakeholders around the table to be able to have those dialogues that recognizing AI crosses or transcends borders, I think is going to be important dialogues for us to have in the years to come.
Great, thank you, Ashley. And Vansi, over to you.
Thanks. I'll also keep it short. I think for us, it's really important that there's no fragmentization of AI standards and AI regulations. So we've been working very hard over the last few years, and we'll continue to do that to partner with countries as well as participate actively in multilateral platforms to try and hopefully drive towards, at least work together towards some kind of harmonized or aligned or interoperable standards for AI. I mean, we're starting to see a lot of countries coming up with their own, sort of requirements. In Singapore, we're doing it both within our region. In ASEAN, we support the development of a consistent ASEAN guide for AI, responsible AI implementation. But at the same time, also then beyond ASEAN, then we're also active globally. Thanks.
Great, thank you. Aurélie.
Thank you. So following on Wansi's point, I think what's important to know is it's actually good to see different practices and different regulatory initiatives. What standards do is interoperability. That's why we are doing standards. That's why we are involved in standards, because of interoperability. It's not about unification, it's about harmonization. So the key point that we made in some of our workshop at the APEC it's allowing to have diverse views, but actually making sense of each of these views, and the standards is the thread that brings all those views and perspective together. So because from an Australian perspective, what the three things that we focus on is making sure we use AI responsibly and we can scale it. To do that, we need interoperability. And that's why we use standards not only as a way to shape international best practice, but also to learn from international best practice. Because when you have 100 experts from government, academia, and industry together in the room that are discussing the best practice for responsible AI, this is a great resource to inform local policy, but also develop our expert and grow the industry.
Thank you. Great. I mean, in many ways, we've only sort of scratched the surface, during the last 90 minutes. We could easily spend another hour or two discussing, but I'm glad we, got as far as we did. And I do hope that, what we were able to cover spiked your interest for those of you who might be entering the standard space without a background, for those of you who are already involved, to sort of get those different perspectives from around the world. And for all of you, going back to sort of the motivation for the session and the discussion around international collaboration, we'd be really, really interested if you have ideas on collaborating and joining up initiatives from across the fields that you're working in. We'd be really interested and would love to hear from you. So please do reach out to us if you have ideas for working together. I think that's the main message to end on. And other than that, all that is left to do, I think, is to thank everyone, thank our esteemed panelists. Thank you for joining online across different time zones. Thank you, Nikita, for being in the room, and thank you to my colleagues, Matilda and Sunny, for being on the stage. So thank you, everyone, and let's hope that there'll be a continuation of these discussions, and to see many of you again in one way or another. Thank you.
Good morning. Yeah. So just, I'll say we should just give some 2-3 minutes and we'll get started. Okay. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to this morning session on Open Forum on the role of the United Nations Economic Commission for Africa in the internet ecosystem in Africa. I'm Ponsley Tilology from the Gambia NRI Joko Labs, and I'll be moderating this session. And before we get started, I will just want all my speakers to introduce themselves, and we'll get started. I'll start with my honorable MP from the Gambia, Hala Jumbo. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Pons. My name is Honorable Alhaji Jimbo, Member of Parliament from the Gambia, and also the co-founder and vice chair of African Parliamentary Network on Internet Governance.
Okay, my name is Sorina Safa, and I'm Internet Governance and Cybersecurity Expert for UNECA.
Good morning, my name is Dr. Maktar Sek. I'm the Chief of Technology and Innovation at UNECA. I'm also the coordinator of the Center of Excellence on Digital ID, Digital Threat, and Digital Economy.
Good morning, my name is Oni Kamakwakwa, Executive Director of the Global Digital Inclusion Partnership.
Thank you very much. As you can see, all my panelists are very African-centric, and I will start with our parliamentarian in starting this discussion. I mean, since the African NRIs developed from around 2009, we then had the UNECA coming up, working with the African Union to set up the African Internet Governance Forum. And it has been growing and growing. We now have a lot of countries involved through the PRIDA project, a project that was done between the European Union and the African Union Commission. The parliamentarian network in Africa has been growing since Addis Ababa, and it will be great to hear what Halaji has to say about, within the internet ecosystem, what parliamentarians can do. And this is very important because we still have less than 20 countries that have signed up to the Malabo Convention, Gambia being the recent one that was done at the sidelines of the global IGF in Addis Ababa, Ethiopia. So, Halaji, let's hear your perspective on the role of parliamentarians, how you people can drive policy within a very inclusive internet ecosystem in the continent using the platform of the IGF. Halaji.
Thank you very much, Pons. I think it is a known fact that ECA actually has been supporting a lot of member states to ensure that they bridge the digital gap that we actually have in terms of helping in the formulating of the digital transformation and also capacity building, etc. Now, the members of parliament actually have started also to be engaged in the IGF since Addis, and right now, in fact, it has solidified our network, which is the parliamentary network, and we work closely to ensure that we look at really where parliamentarians come in terms of helping in some of the policies, because parliamentarians normally don't actually do the policies, but they work with the executive to ensure those policies work in terms of legislation, in terms of budgeting, etc., etc. So now we are working very closely. Now, in terms of also looking at the African Union various conventions relating to the internet, particularly on cybersecurity and personal data protection, we are also pushing our own countries to ensure that they signed, because of a lot of countries still now have some laws that are really very vague and really not very clear. And some actually, they're handling most of these things using the Communication Act of their countries. Like in Gambia, we have the Information and Communication Act of 2009, which is not really very conducive to also fight cyber crimes. So members of parliament actually are pushing to ensure that their countries actually signed those protocols of the African Union. And right now, I think the Gambia was among the last countries actually to sign, and we're going to get the ratification most likely this year in Parliament. So what we are trying to do actually is to actually align some of those protocols to the international standards. And already various parliaments actually have done that. Like the Gambia, for example, right now, they've already developed the cybersecurity bill. They've also developed the personal data protection, which is actually crucial. If you look at the Malabo Protocol that we call on the African Union Convention on Cybersecurity and Personal Data Protection, it has given certain criteria that countries must abide by in terms of setting up those institutions that's going to handle cyber issues and also to protect data, because data actually is everything on the internet right now. And again, if you look at the African continent, we are a little bit behind in terms of protecting our own data and also owning our own data, which is very, very important. Because data is actually, money. So members of parliament, we are working together with our executive to ensure that we support their transformation agenda. That is actually bridging the gap in terms of the digital divide, in terms of capacity building, also in terms of legislation, the laws, and also one of the most important things also in identification. Because again, the ecosystem, we must be able to identify people. We must also be able to identify their addresses, which is actually one of the biggest issues we have in the continent here. I think over 400 million people on the continent now cannot be, cannot have proper ID systems. So members of parliament, we are working very closely with the assistance from the ECA and our governments to ensure that we get this, on track, and from there we move on to, to other areas. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Alhaji Mbub, for that very useful information. Meaningful connectivity has been crucial for driving internet access and developing the internet ecosystem in Africa. We saw what a lot of African countries went through during the COVID. A lot of our children were basically at home for a long time. I think in Uganda had the record. Over 1 year, Ugandan children couldn't go to school. In talking about meaningful connectivity, we are very lucky here. We have Onika, whose organization, the Global Digital Inclusion Partnership, really focuses on meaningful connectivity, and especially in the Global South. And if we have to move from the point we are now, whereby we still have not up to 50% of the continent online, even though we have 80% that are on voice mobile, connectivity is very important. So Nika, it would be very good to hear your perspective, how you see meaningful connectivity can accelerate the growth of our ecosystem within the internet, and especially driving our young people to be more creative, because they are the digital natives of our continent and they make up over 60% of the population.
Great, thank you. Thanks, Poncelet. So, given the vision that Africa has set for itself in terms of, the digital transformation strategy for Africa, it's really important that we look beyond basic connection, basic access, and really take this as an opportunity for us to, others have said we are going to leapfrog or moonshot ourselves to the meaningful stage. But I think one of the things that has happened is that COVID-19 actually exposed our very deep inequalities. That we have emerging gaps, including amongst those who are already connected, thus making a basic connection no longer a good standard for us to follow. So what actually needs to happen? The first thing we need to address is the issue of infrastructure. I know that the mobile operator sector is telling us a lot about a usage gap that is developing and growing in the region, meaning that there's more people who are living within a broadband connection but are not necessarily using it. But we still have a lot of areas that don't have any coverage at all. And so, addressing the infrastructure investment, creating an environment for private sector investment, but also understanding that it's going to take more than just private sector. The Moonshot report estimated that we need $109 billion in infrastructure investment for Africa. Government has to also come to invest and provide some resources into this, as well as our development partners and other private-public partnerships that we need to look at. So continue to invest on infrastructure, really important to make sure we are connecting everyone. But as we do so, let us use the meaningful connectivity standard. I think one of the things that has been disappointing is that we continuously talk about meaningful connectivity, but we have divorced it from what is that standard of meaningful connectivity. We're talking about having an adequate speed for people to do the things that are envisioned in this digital transformation strategy, where we are going to have a digital economy, e-learning that is continuous. It requires a speed of at least 4 gig speed, right? So looking at making sure that we are investing in that. It requires people having smartphones, or at least a minimum device that is a smart device. At the moment in Africa, our biggest challenge with smart devices is the cost. Affordability is really an issue. We are spending, at least people in the low-income quantiles are spending 40 to 60% of average household income to purchase one smart device in a household. So we need to address devices, and there's various areas where we need to strengthen. One of those is digital taxation. Removing or reducing some of the taxation that burdens the sector, especially taxes that are consumer-facing, with the understanding that we will increase uptake of digital technologies that then will benefit the economy, and that loss in taxes for now will actually be a gain in the digital financial activity in the future. We need to make sure that people have daily access. At the moment, we are still defining a connected person in most of the research and in our global standards. We are defining a connected person as someone who accesses the internet once every 3 months. That is unacceptable. We need to work towards daily access and unlimited data. Affordability is a big issue, and so we need to also be open to public access in order to supplement the access that people are having to purchase on their own. But hopefully we'll have a chance to talk a little bit more about what has worked in driving affordability in the region. A few countries have actually reached the 1 for 2 affordability standard, while many more still have not. Thank you.
Thank you very much. As you rightly said, we're going to do a deep dive into it. Youth has been very important in our work within our national IGF processes. Sorin here has been doing a lot of work in empowering African youths. It will be good to hear from you how you see our youths, what they play, the role they play in driving the national IGF processes, and what more can be done with them. Right now, presently in this particular 18th Global IGF, most of the young people that came from the African continent came through support from GIZ. We still need to get more of our youths here. Most of them are really involved within our internet societies and our national processes. So as your focus on youth within the IGF process, how do you think we can improve on it and get their voices more heard?
Thank you, Pons, for the question. I think the youth issue in Africa, we can look at it from the bigger angle. If I need to speak on the youth, I want to refer back to the global IGF that we did in 2022. I was the coordinator of the youth during that forum. Under the ECA, the leadership of Makta, what we tried to do during that time is, the first issue was African representation in this kind of either global or even continental discussions. So we say that if we want to grow the African participation, the starting point would have been the youth. So you mentioned now we have around maybe 10 or to 20 youth represented here, but Africa, majority of the population is youth. And how do we expand the youth participations? And instead of having the same youth being represented all over the place. So what we decided to do is having a distributed representation of youth from the 5 regions. Africa has 5 regions: the North, the South, the East, the West, and Central Africa. So under ECA, we sponsored 80 youth during the global IGF. We didn't just sponsor them for them to be in the global IGF discussion, but for them to be embedded on the IGF process. In order for us to do that, they had to go through internet governance training program, which we collaborated with the African Union. And in PRIDA initiative, they had a 1-week internet governance training program on the founding principle, economic, legal, policy, or even activism in internet governance, because what we wanted to do is the conversation to continue. Internet governance forum is not just a forum, it's just a process. So it's not something ends as soon as the forum concludes. So how do we, I think, broaden the African internet governance ecosystem without giving them the necessary tool? That's why the training program was part of the youth initiative, not just sponsoring them to the global IGF. After the training, the youth was divided based on the skills they had. Some of them, they were volunteering in a rapporteur service, some of them in webcasting, some of them on technical infrastructure, which we had to collaborate with the global IGF secretariat, and they went through the training program. And I think some of them also being involved in the conferencing services, how to organize. Because what we wanted to do is, as soon as the 80 volunteers went through this process, can they go back, support at the national or regional IGF processes, wherever they are? So that's what the whole aim was. ECA didn't do it alone. ECA set up a task force team which incorporated the 5 regions who are very active. Internet governance convener, Poncelet was the chair, Mama Mary was also representing West Africa, Michelle, the Central African IGF, was a convener, just to give a broader perspective, because they have quite knowledgeable when it comes to their own region. So the youth representation was the core of ECA's internet governance mission. How do we create internet governance ecosystem that truly reflect our continent? So all in all, if I go back, what we have achieved, the 80 volunteers, 30 of them were from Ethiopia. Ethiopia never held a national IGF, but now if you go back and check, Ethiopia even set up a youth IGF, which even the person who led that initiative was part of those IGF process. Even the members used to be the ECA volunteers. That was the success item that we can identify. It's not just being part of the conference services, but how do we really carry them along the way? We have also new initiative in the continent, for example, the Pan-African Youth Ambassador. Most of our facilitators and volunteers came in from those youth initiatives that ECA has done. So what we are saying is, how do you see the vision? The vision is try to integrate the youth along the way of the internet governance process, not just the final conference, either at the continental or regional level. We've started it, but our goal is to expand this initiative as we go along. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sorin, for that detailed explanation of what the youth did, and especially the process ECA initiated in Addis Ababa last year during the 17th Global Internet Governance Forum. This round of questions I will end with Dr. Matarsek. ECA initiated the first African Internet Governance Forum over a decade ago, if I can remember very well, in Nairobi. It was a very small number, less than 20% of the countries were there. In Addis Ababa, we still, in Nigeria, the last African Internet Governance Forum, we still had less than 30 countries represented. If you look at the whole dynamics, we need to get our 54 member states to be having national processes, and ECA is very important in this role as you initiated it. So how do you see the ECA regalvanizing the IGF? We're going to our national process bottom top and getting more countries to be involved in the within it, not only about it, but also using the African IGF to drive our policy process. I just want to welcome our Minister of State from Ethiopia for Digital Economy, Honorable Uri Ali. Thank you for coming to attend this session, and she'll make a brief remark later on. Thank you. Makta. Yeah.
Thank you, Chair, and welcome to the Minister to this important session. But let's go back maybe 20 years ago. In 2006, it is a year where IGF, Internet Governance Forum, was created. Why it was created? At this time, African country or middle and low income country doesn't have the same equal voice to discuss the issue of internet or digital technology across the world. All discussions were led by Western or North country to decide what we need, what African country needs. And the solution proposed are not adequate with the African need. And why the WISIS, one key outcome of the WISIS 2005 was the creation of Internet Governance Forum, where everybody can have an equal exchange to discuss on their concern, make a proposal. Is why IGF, it is a multi-stakeholder forum. And the first IGF was held in Athens in 2006. And today we are at the 18th Global IGF Forum. And the IGF will be ended by 2025. Maybe the General Assembly will renew for 2030. And for this, ECA play an important role to set up an African IGF, because we can discuss at the global level, but we need to start the discussion at the continental level. Because when you remember in 2006, the access internet in the continent was very, very low. It was 2.6%. At this time, in Europe, it was 39%. And we need to have an inclusive information society to bring the idea of all stakeholders, government, private sector, civil society, academia, to discuss the way we can build African information society more inclusive in order to take benefits of this digital sector. And why ECA in 2011, you remember, initiated the African Internet Governance Forum in Kenya. And since I think we have seen this African Internet Governance growing, following the discussion of the several stakeholders, now our internet access is increased. We go from 2.6 in 2005 to 40% in 2022. We have a lot of progress that we have to do better. And ECA also continue to support this African Internet Governance Forum. We set up a secretariat, and to make all stakeholders in the continent and the organization, we share the secretariat with African Union Commission. And since we work together to organize this African Internet Governance Forum, and we organize open requests in members' country each year, and we have seen lot of progress since 2011. And the last one you highlight very well, it was one organized in Abuja in September, I think, and where we have very good attendance, more 3,500 people, and around 20 sessions discuss all the issue of Internet Governance Forum. We'll continue also this momentum to support this initiative, because we discuss a lot with all stakeholders to see how we can make better this African Internet Governance Forum. But we have seen there are some gaps. We have to sort it out. When you look at the African participation in the Global Internet Governance Forum, it's very low. Compare last year in Ethiopia, and I would like to thank government Ethiopia also for the well organization of the Internet Governance Forum last year, because it was a big challenge for Africa. ECA fight a lot with the UN organization to get this 17 IGF in Africa. And it was the third time we organized the global IGF in the continent. And I think it was well organized. And the attendance was very well and also very relevant in terms of content and discussion. And we had a lot of participation from African countries. The issue is we have to maintain this, but unfortunately, we are few here in Japan. And at the ministerial level also, I think we have 2 ministers from the continent here. And we need to change this paradigm. How we change it? To better organize our MAG and also our secretariat in order to involve more participants in the global IGF process. We set up a task force yesterday to discuss and to propose a way to improve African participation in the African IGF, also in the global IGF. We need also, we are going also to support African stakeholders, not just to attend IGF as participant, but to be involved. We need to, next year, to have more sessions driven by African participants. Also, we need to have more African in the several sessions to discuss about issues regarding Africa. We can't talk about digital public infrastructure. You have several sessions, they talk about digital infrastructure. We need to have African representative in this session. When we talk about this internet fragmentation, we have a lot of things to say. Given the current situation of Afrinic in the continent, we need also to have African country representative in this session. When you talk about this emerging technology, generative AI, it is African, it is a future for the world with 70% of youth in 2015. And we need to have our voice to say what are our perspective. When you talk about the global digital compact, the future we want, we need African voice. Why we are going to propose a program to support African country to be, when we talk about cybersecurity also, it is important to talk about the issue of the concern of Africa, because we are losing 10% of our GDP. It's not only 10% of our GDP, because we have a lot of security problem around the continent. In West Africa and in Central Africa with this group terrorists, we need to protect also our citizens. It is some key area where we need to improve our participation in this global IGF. ECA will support African countries to attend and also to be involved in all this, session to be organized in the next 2 Internet Governance Forum 2024 in Saudi Arabia, and I think 2025, the country is not yet decided. Third point, We have also a capacity building program. We acknowledge the participation of our parliamentarian in the IGF process with the creation of African Parliament Network for Internet Governance, APNIC. And we are going to propose a capacity building program for the parliamentary to improve their knowledge and skill on the issue of internet governance or in the digital technology also. Even this capacity building program will be open to all political making decision, also government member, and I think after that the government will be more aware. African government will be more aware on the interest of the Internet Governance Forum, and I'm sure next year we'll get more ministers to attend the African Internet Governance Forum as well as the Global Governance Forum in Saudi Arabia. Also, we didn't forget the community, the technical community. We have also a capacity building program for the technical community to support them to discuss on the critical issue related to Internet Governance Forum. The issue of DNS, of CCLT, internet fragmentation. We have all this program to be open as a 24 to all African community. Also, the youth participation is very important. Last year, we did well. We bring around 80 youth. I think Soren already highlighted the youth participation last year. But this year, we didn't do well. And we make sure next year we'll bring more youth in the global IGF. And also, if there is any idea, any proposal, are welcome at ECA. We can discuss and ECA and AUC to see how we are going to improve our participation. The chair of the task force is Honorable Elajimbo to improve the African participation on IGF. If you have any idea, please share with him, and AUC and ECA will sit together to see how the best way to handle this African IGF process. Before to conclude, I would like to thank all. We have a lot of people here work hard since the beginning of IGF. I would like to thank Mary. She's there since long time. She's supporting this process. We have all the second generation, Jimson, you. It's not old, yeah. The first generation is Mary, yeah, supporting. And we have also the young generation, Dr. Kosi, all these people coming now, and Michelle. You are here to support the process since a long time, voluntary. And we'll thank you again for all the support you provide, not to ECA, but it's to the African community. And I think we have to say, to tell you thank you for that. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Makta, for that great intervention about the role of ECA and how we can galvanize our community, especially getting our ministers very involved. That's why personally, I know our Honorable Minister of State for Digital Economy in Ethiopia has a busy schedule, but she took time to come for this session. So Honorable Huria Ali, we appreciate you coming. And I'll move to the second question now, and I will start with the second round of questions, then we'll get intervention from the audience, and we have someone online, a young person who will also intervene. Onika, if you look at the growth from 2.6%, almost 3% in 2006, when we had the first global IGF in Athens, just after the World Summit of Information in Tunis. And now we are talking of 2022. We have about 44% internet penetration in the continent. Cost has been a factor in that. I can give an example. The average, in Gambia, the average cost for 1 gigabyte of data is about $5. The best average around the continent is about $2, and Ghana and Cabo Verde, Tunisia having one of the lowest cost of internet. What do you think we can do to improve cost? A lot of African countries now are now, through bilateral and international organizations, are now investing more in submarine cables, but is that enough?
Yes, absolutely. So cost has been a huge challenge in the region. The ITU, the global standard for affordability is 1 for 2, meaning 1 gig of data at no more than 2% average monthly income. But I'm sure you'll all agree with me that even that is still, in fact, many countries in Africa still do not meet that average standard. Not only is the average standard that we have right now also inadequate, it's just not meeting a lot of our people. And that's largely because of 2 things. One is that 1 gig of data per month is not sufficient for us to do the kinds of things that we are talking about when we talk about meaningful connectivity. But 2, the 2% average monthly income is actually, even for those countries that do meet this, I'll give South Africa as a good example, they are only meeting it for the top 20% income earners because of the inequalities that exist within the country. Those who are at the bottom 40%, and that's true for Ghana as well, the bottom 40% are still paying more than 2% of average monthly income. So there's several things that we've done working with different countries on affordability, especially on the policy and regulatory framework side. One is promoting market competition, which is one of the things in the digital transformation strategy for Africa. Really working on market competition. A lot of our economies tend to be duopolies right now. So we need to really work on bringing more actors into the space and having an enabling regulation to actually allow them to be able to enter. At some point, we have to recognize that there are people who might never even afford the 2%. And this is where public access options come in, but also where community networks come in. We've reached a point in Africa where we've tested many community networks, and the model is working. It's testing at different digital technologies as well as a different financial model. Communities that actually are operating community networks also have a much higher meaningful connectivity score, which includes digital skills, use for things that help people improve their lives. So perhaps it is time for us on the regulatory side to talk about how do we promote regulations that actually enable community networks to close the gaps in a way that is affordable in those other communities. The other policy that is also in the strategy is infrastructure sharing. So one of the great things about this continent is that we are very enthusiastic about adopting policies that are going to lead to the kind of change that we want. Where the challenge has been on implementation. So for the longest time, we've talked about infrastructure sharing within the sector and across utilities. We've actually worked with Mozambique as a good example where we've actually developed a policy and they've had regulations adopted. But 4 years later, they are still in the process of harmonizing the policies in order for them to implement. Same with Ghana. Policy exists, implementation not quite. Nigeria, policy exists. Implementation needs a little bit of review. I think we have to differentiate between co-locating and true infrastructure sharing. What we are not seeing is real infrastructure sharing across utilities, especially with roads, with electricity, especially electricity, because we all know where there's no electricity, connectivity is a non-starter. I mean, we can't even get connectivity. And lastly, we have to use our universal service funds in a way that enables us to close the gaps. One example, I like to challenge us, but also to show examples of where we are making a little bit of progress. One example is West Africa. ECOWAS actually went through the process of reviewing universal service policies, regulations, and legislation, and actually adopted a sub-regional legislation for the Universal Service Act at the end of 2019, which was unanimously adopted by the member states of ECOWAS. Unfortunately, because of COVID happening immediately the next year, it delayed the process for the member states to actually begin to now review their own policies and laws to make sure that they are compliant. But universal service funds are an opportunity for us in Africa to close the digital divides, not only on rural and urban, but also begin to address the gender divide. I really like that Dr. Mokhtar keeps reminding us about what we are losing in the economy. We did a study on the cost of exclusion, looking at what is costing governments to exclude women from digital development. And we looked at lower and middle income countries. And we came up with an economic model that actually estimates that governments have lost about $1 trillion from excluding women in the digital economy. We then did a deep dive in West Africa and looked at several countries in West Africa to look at the economic impact of this exclusion by being able to tell a story of what women are able to accomplish when they are enabled to be online. You know, they are able to run their businesses. During lockdown in particular, we took a look at COVID-19 to look at women who were connected during that time and how they were affected in terms of loss of income. And research is evident. It tells us that those women who had access to connectivity were able to weather the loss of income and be able to move and pivot to be able to produce online, to take a course online, to apply for a job online, things that they are not able to do. So I think I will conclude by saying, for us now, what we really need to also marry is the fact that we need evidence-based, we need to do research so that our policy making is based on research and evidence learnings that we have. And I say this because we also have seen some poor practices of adopting digital taxation from other jurisdictions by only simply looking at this country introduced this new tax and they gained so much money during this period. But what we don't actually look at is what effect did that digital taxation do on affordability and our goal to actually meet affordability. Digital taxation, for the most part, has been predominantly consumer-facing, and we need to really review it. We looked at Nigeria, and actually we developed an infographic on Nigeria, and at the time, there were 27 unique taxes from SIM registration, electronic transaction. There's now a pending communication service tax of 9%. All of those things actually forestall our growth in terms of achieving this goal of affordability. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Anika. And I like the way you dived into the policy aspects whereby some are there, some are not there. They're either half-baked, fully baked, but still not implemented. So I'll go back to Halaji Mbub, especially in relating to policy, and we look at our energy solutions. During the first inaugural African Climate Summit in early September, President William Ruto of Kenya, who said that the continent has abundant sun, we have wind, and we have green minerals. So we can be a solution for providing energy to the world. That's what he said. And we are heading into the COP28 in the United Arab Emirates in December. And we have to look at first, before we start providing energy to the world, we have to provide energy to ourselves with these abundant resources we have. So I would like to hear from you, looking at the policy aspects. Members of Parliament, you pass all these bills. Of what do you think as parliamentarians you can do better in terms of, because you address energy issues, you automatically address, in a way, cost of connectivity, because some years back you will see countries were having 8,000 generators, just mobile companies, just to power their cell towers. So imagine if you don't have any generators and all those were powered by solar energy, what that can do to bring down costs. So Halaji, over to you on this policy aspect.
Yeah, thank you very much, Pons. I think generally there's a direct correlation between the cost of data and the cost of operation by these GSM companies, because they are there to make money. So all the infrastructure they need in terms of electricity, in terms of the equipment they need, the cost of that actually also has a direct correlation with the cost of the data. Now, when you look at, I quite agree with Onika when he said, things need to be done, for example, to help reduce, co-location and also, sharing of infrastructure, which are two fundamental things actually to help. Because when you look at it in general, and this also has to go with policy change. Now, for example, right now in Gambia, what we are doing, we are working with the regulator actually trying to work with the companies to see how best they can help to reduce the cost. Now, as members of parliament, because I also happen to be the chair of the committee responsible for education and ICT, in the next few days, we'll be visiting the GSM companies, all of them in the country, together with the ministry and also as well as the regulator to see exactly what we can do together. Now, what is clear actually is that the lack of electricity actually across the continent, more so in Gambia actually, is also impacting on the provision of the services because of, again, like you said, they would have to use solar to be able to, or generators to be able to power their, infrastructure, and that makes it actually more expensive because you have to turn on the generator almost 12 hours in the day because during the day you can use the sun to power some of your equipment. Now, there are additional things that we need to look at as far as policy is concerned. What can we do in terms of, using policies to encourage or to ask them to work together? In Gambia, for example, I give another example, like what the government did is they built the national broadband network. That's actually owned by the government. Then they would allow the private sector to be able to connect on that network instead of them building their own. Because if they build their own, which means totally their operational cost also is going to go up. So now the government make it a deliberate strategy to build the national broadband network. Then this private sector can come and connect. But it's not fully operational because we still dealing with the last mile to be able to connect. Now, the other area also that, as far as policy is concerned, is we got to make it easy for the new entrants in the market. Because if you go across the continent also, most of the countries when you go, there's a dominance about 2 or 3 companies that dominate the entire market. Now, what can government do to ensure that we make it easy for the new entrants? Now, to do that, I think there should be a deliberate strategy to create some kind of tax haven for them to be able to come in. Because they cannot just come immediately and then start to compete. Because these are people that are established almost 5, 10, or 20 years ago. So you cannot come now and then you want to compete with them. So their policies must be geared towards making it easy for them to enter the market in terms of tax breaks and also in terms of making it easy in terms of providing electricity also. Now, the other one, the last one is also about the electricity. I'll come back to that one again. That is, we need to be, if you want to, end internet poverty, we also need to look at our electricity supply across the continent because that's also a very big factor. Now, in the Gambia example, I always give example. The government came out with also another project that would connect electricity, solar to all schools, to all hospitals across the country. And when that actually happens, which means now the GSM company will be able to also operate in those areas. So lastly, like Onika actually said, it's about the need to also promote, community networks. They are very cheap to deploy, and they're also very quick also to deploy. It doesn't really need huge infrastructural investment. It doesn't need that. So our policies as members of parliament, we need to actually help the executive in those policies where we can actually help them to make the policies where it's going to make it easy for new entrants to come into the market and also to ensure we have enough electricity supply across the country and also to ensure that the tax breaks actually are given to the new entrants so that they can compete with the bigger boys in the market. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Elaji. Before I round up this session with Sorin and Makta, I will open it up now to the floor for questions. And if we have someone online, please, our technical folks, if there's someone online, please let us know for him to ask questions. So please, the floor is opened, and after all the questions, before I round up, I will allow our Honorable Minister present to just say a brief comment before Sorin and Makta close it. So please, the mic is there, and we'll take some questions now. Okay. Please introduce yourself and the constituency you represent.
Yeah.
Okay.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Emmanuel Vitus. I'm the convener of the Togo IGF and the coordinator of the West African School of Internet Governance. So first of all, congratulations to the EUC and the ECA for their commendable work. I think since at this, we have observed the involvement of the youth in the community. So my question is directed to Sorin. My first question is how the national IGFs are involved in the recruitment of those young individuals and what mechanism has put in place to measure their impact after the fellowship at the national and regional level. The second question is, could you elaborate on the collaboration between the national and regional school in the recruitment engagement of those young people? And my last question is, what is the message that is being conveyed to this global stage by those young people? Because we have observed that other countries that actually sponsor their youth to participate in this meeting, they make sure that they attend all the meetings or have a representative in all those meetings with one message. So they always convey the message of their country or their region to all those sessions. So is there any mechanism like that for the African youth to make sure that they participate in all the sessions here and bring our message to the global stage so that this meeting is not just a meet and greet between them? So my last question is about inclusion. We noticed that we have 29 French-speaking countries and about 6 Portuguese-speaking countries. And among those youth, do you take that into consideration to make sure that language is not a barrier in the participation of the French-speaking and the Portuguese or Arabic-speaking young participants? Thank you.
You really bundled up a lot of questions, but I'll go over to the next question. So after the 3 questions on this side, I'll allow the audience, my panelists to respond, and then we'll take the questions on this side. So okay, I will take all. Okay, next, please. Okay.
Thank you very much, UNECA, for what you are doing. I know you have been doing
Please introduce yourself first.
Oh, okay. Sorry. My name is Naza Nicholas Kirama. I currently serve as the president of Internet Society Tanzania chapter and also the national IGF coordinator. I have 2 interventions. Number 1 is really to thank UNECA for what you are doing. On the language front, I know Sorin has been very instrumental in terms of making sure we expand the inclusion in terms of languages. As you know, 58% of the content on the internet is English, and not so many people around the world, speak English. So I think I thank you for that. Number 2, I really want to give an example of what is happening in Tanzania. I know United Nations Economic Commission for Africa, we're talking about the economy, and now we're talking about a modern economy that is driven by a digital economy. And without electricity in the rural areas, if we are talking about the digital Africa, I think somehow it will be a mission impossible. So I want to share an example that has been done in Tanzania for the last 7 or 6 years. When President Magufuli got into the power, we had 6,000 villages without electricity. But in short 3 years, he managed to install, put up electricity in 3,000 villages. So what does this say? This means that if we really have a political will and we decide it can be done. That means even other countries can be able to do that, to ensure that we have electricity in the rural areas so we can secure our the future of digital Africa. So that is what I wanted to share, to say that it is possible and it can be done if everybody plays his or her part. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah. Please try to make your comments brief. We have some few minutes more so we can get everybody to speak.
Okay. My name is Jimson Olufuye, AFICTA, Private Sector, Africa. Also to join others to say thank you to UNECA for what they've been doing, especially through Dr. Maktar Sek. The private sector in the global south, especially Africa, is really underrepresented compared to the global north. Global north is matured, okay? Of course, we understand that. So in the south, we try to organize ourselves, but it's really challenging. So we want to call for more engagement, more participation or support from UNECA. We recognize the critical role of UNECA, especially through the effort of our late brother, Makan Faye, blessed memory, and of course with Maktar Sek, as I mentioned, and the team. Well, UNECA has a strong instrument now in terms of a study that shows clearly that when we deploy internet fully, we can really have per capita, GDP increase, very clear measure. So my appeal is that we should engage our government more, let them see that this add value to the economic well-being of their people. Because I still see some government, they don't get it. I was discussing with a colleague, and I was surprised that some government would deliberately shut down the internet just because they didn't agree with some social media posts. And then I need to mention that the use of TV white spaces is very important, because in Africa we have dispersed areas, okay? So the established telco might not be able to reach those places because of obvious reasons. But with spectrum for TV white spaces freely given, that will really help a lot. Solar panel is being used to power data centers around. We have demonstrated it. So let's go solar. And lastly, one network. How can we achieve that? We want to encourage UNECA to really help push this so that we can have one network across Africa. Thank you.
Thank you. Please, I appeal to you to raise your question. Mama Mary, please, over to you.
Thank you very much. My name is Mary Uduma. I coordinate the West Africa Internet Governance Forum. I'm part of the National Nigeria Internet Governance Forum, and I just handed over the chairpersonship of Africa Internet Governance Forum to Lillian. So I've seen the good, the bad, and the ugly of the internet governance in Africa. I know when we started very small, and now we have grown. Abuja was like a boom for us. So thank you for your support, ECA, and what you have been doing. What I want us to see is that our governments, I'm not sure, I don't know the government that is really, has really caught the fever of internet governance, or understand what multi-stakeholder approach is. There are few here in the program, the IGF today, 2023 IGF, I don't know how many ministers, apart from our minister that is seated in the front, I don't know how many ministers. So I want to ask what strategy would ECA deploy to make sure that, well, in coordination with Africa Union, because Africa Union stands has the privilege of getting the ministers or getting the heads of state come to their meeting. What strategy will be put in place to make sure that our ministers are capacitated, like we are doing capacity of our parliamentarians, because those are the people that do the policy. Those are the people that, they prefer to go to ITU. How would what role will ECA play to make sure that these ministers get to understand what the internet governance will portend for us in Africa? That's one. Second one, sorry if I'm getting it too long. Second one is, when we say that we want to strengthen the internet governance at the global level, can we define it from our own level, what it means to strengthen the internet governance? At the global level, you might say the Secretariat is not strong, and there are people that are still excluded in internet governance. So what will be our own strategy to make sure that we also strengthen we also contribute to the strengthening of the internet governance at global level? Thank you.
Okay, next.
Thank you very much, and good morning to everybody. I would also try to be very short. My name is Modesto Samtse from the Republic of Namibia, and a member of APNEC, as well as member of Parliament. Number one is youth involvement into activities like this one. I really want to appreciate the previous speakers who have highlighted the importance of youth participation into internet governance activities, because these are the future generation for Africa. And I just think that as we go back and plan further, we should really try to get them on board as much as we can, so that we can drive the work on together. I believe their speed is also much higher, and if we can capacitate them to take over, I think for tomorrow, that would be a good journey. The other one is sharing of infrastructure. Sharing of infrastructure is really a problem which I don't know how we should legislate, because you have an institution that owns this infrastructure, and they determine the renting cost if one is to rent a space on their towers, for instance. And for new entrants, it becomes an issue, because the new entrants are unable either to afford the price determined by the owner of the infrastructure that already exists. And now, as a legislator, I don't know how best we can approach this so that we can give a direction. So the last one is market saturation. With smaller populations like the one of Namibia, that's also an issue. I don't know how we can manage that one to allow new entrants in, because those who are already there are saying they are struggling to survive. So those were my short intervention.
Thank you. Next.
Thank you so much for the opportunity. I'm Honorable Lydia Lamisi Akamvarvan, a parliamentarian from Ghana and a member of APNEC. I just want to find out, in my sister's presentation, she made mention of women who are at a disadvantage when it comes to the use of data and other internet services. It's true. In Africa, it's true. It's an open secret that it has been difficult for women, especially in the rural areas, to have that ability to use the internet. One, the provision of technology. The reason being that people at the rural areas don't have the needed resources to afford new technologies. Then two, the affordability of data in the rural areas. No matter how little it is, but it is still expensive to the rural woman. We as African parliamentarians and as women in leadership, what are we doing as women to help our fellow women in the rural areas who are at a disadvantage? That is one of my questions. Then two, I want to find out, what we as African parliamentarians or women in general taking as our take home from this Internet Governance Forum home to make sure that our fellow women in our various countries also benefit. It is not a talk shop that we come here and talk as women, we come here and talk and walk away. We need something to carry home to tell our fellow women that this is what we have learned and this is what we want them to be, or this is what we want them to hear from what we have taken home to share with them. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We have 2 more questions, then we'll have our people speak. Okay.
Thank you. My name is Atanas Baizire from the Youth IGF DRC. First, allow me to thank the UCA. I'm one of the young people who have benefited from the support last year of the UNECA, and that has been instrumental in my career and entering this ecosystem. I've come to realize that African initiatives, whether NRIs or digital initiatives, are easily getting financial support ex-Africa, like external Africa than within Africa. So I want to know what are the measures that we want to take to make sure that our digital initiatives, our NRIs are getting support and finance within Africa than out of Africa. Thank you.
Okay, Dr. Kosi. And then we have one speaker online, one question online. Please, technical crew, be ready.
Thank you, Chairman. I'm Kosi Amesinu from Benin. I'm from Ministry of Economy and Finance. We start African IGF since 2011. We have more African countries where we don't have any national IGF. What is the plan to help them? Some countries are make it, but since 2 or 3 years, we don't see anything again. What is the plan to help also that countries? That is my question. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. The speaker online, please.
All right. Thank you very much, Pons and Mekta Sorin and all the panel members here. My name is Abraham Fifi Salbi. I'm a Ghanaian. I'm currently speaking from London, in the United Kingdom. I have been volunteering for the Global IGF as a technical support and the IGF Secretariat since 2020. And I also last year got an opportunity to join the UNECA as a volunteer, where I helped so much in terms of mobilizing all the volunteers from different African countries. It was a very good journey because looking at the concept behind it, bringing people from Africa to work together. Not only that, but UNECA also created an environment for us to also work together with the staff at UNECA, which was the very best of exposure for all these youths in Africa. Not only the aspect of creating an environment for the internet governance, because there are some questions people have asked that I want to clarify based on that. We try to let people understand that most people didn't even know about internet governance, but they were selected. We gave them opportunity. Then we started training them to get involved. They understood the system. Now, we also got a chance to leverage internet governance processes to their various countries. So we have to pick people, especially creating the gender equality among them. We started picking people to train them. What we realized is that people lack mentorship within the internet governance space. So if people who are already versed in the internet governance space, we try to tell them that the Internet Governance Forum process is not about getting a travel support to travel, but also trying to create something within the space which can be beneficial to your country, to everywhere that you stand. And me, through these all processes, I've been able to get an opportunity out there very much. I also led with other facilitators from the UNECA to benefit, and we started training people on internet governance and under the Pan-African Youth Ambassador for Internet Governance. We received over 2,000 applications from different countries, over 52 countries in Africa. We realized the language barrier, so we tried to work together to make sure that we have 5 languages, which is English, French, Portuguese, Swahili, and Arabic. how can we tailor this kind of languages in terms of internet governance to the local level for them to understand? And we got to train about 1,100 people. Over the last 3 days, we've issued over 1,000 certificates to people who completed the task. We assessed them. We also create an impact. Most of the youth that they were new to the system, we try to engage them to their various local IGFs and the youth IGF. I'm very happy that Atanasi talked about the concept that he was part. He's been able to set up the youth IGF in his country, not only to travel, but also to create an impact. So within PAYAG, within the youth processes of under the UNECA, we are trying to combine the people who don't have experience. But what I will also suggest, based on the leadership, people who are into internet governance, is that it's not always about providing funding for people to travel. Let us pick the people that they are coming within the internet governance, because we cannot go down to do much of the work. We must bring all these people to join hands, mentor them. Currently, I have over 50 people that I am mentoring.
Please round up, please.
Yes, yes. So I have over 50 people that I'm mentoring in Africa, whereby I'm training them, giving them an opportunity how they can also contribute to the internet ecosystem. And Atanase is part. Most of them have joined various internet society programs and African digital programs. And what we are trying to do is that we also want to create more women into it. So this is what we have been doing as a PAYAG and as an African youth. And we've been very, we've had a privilege to get much from the UNECA. And we thank all the leadership that they should continue to expand support, travel support, and fund people who can contribute positively to the internet ecosystem. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Soreen, you have some interventions, then Oneka, Halaji, then Makta, then we'll allow our minister to close this session for us. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Pons. I want to start the question from Emmanuel. He bundled down so many questions. Those questions are critical questions. When we wanted to embark on the youth initiative for internet governance, we wanted to critically think. There are so many youth-led initiatives. As I think Poncelet mentioned, most of the initiatives are supported by GIZ. But what we said is, yes, African participation is good, youth participation is good, but the participation cannot be the few handful 20 people who always get exposure over and over. So what we said is inclusion is important. That means we have to distribute whoever that we're going to invite. It has to be in the 5 corners of Africa. That means the north, the south, the east, the west, and Central Africa. That means you have to consider the language. And the other thing is even the maturity level of internet governance. If you look at the West Africa, it is a very matured NRI compared to the SADC region, the southern regions, even the Portuguese-speaking countries. So we received an application, the advert was for 2 weeks, we received 1,000 applications. So we had to come up with a strategy, how do we balance? Meaning, there are matured internet governance ambassadors who have been in the system, but also we have to hold the hand of the people who came from Lesotho, who've never heard of internet governance. But if we are always focused on, let's go back to NRI coordinator and they should nominate, then we keep on opening opportunity to the same kind of people, which is failing us. That's why we are not even growing the NRI community in Africa. Atanase was a volunteer from DRC, for example. They hold the first internet governance youth forum in DRC this year. Those are the success we want to see. It's not about traveling, as you say, traveling, but mentorship and holding each other, and the network need to be east to west or north to south. How do they become together and create a network? So if anybody wanted to create a youth forum or even at the school level, IGF community, how are they going to build? Language is very, very critical. The Pan-African Youth Ambassador, for example, Fifi was talking about, it was born out of the youth volunteer of the AT. We said, if we want to truly empower the youth, you have to go back to the language issue. Most of the concept is far from what the African used to understand. So language is the key. The first African language we introduced was Swahili, because that's the most popular one. If we are serious about meaningful engagement, we need to go back to our mother tongue and start building our concept and in our tongue that is close to our community. NRI participation on selection process, as I said, we had two selection criteria. The one is people are already active from NRI, so they had to create attestation from wherever they represent, but also we created a forum to say, even if you are very new from the forum, like people from Lesotho, covered, who never even have IGF, it is their first time. Ethiopia, we had 50 representation. Ethiopia never had even National Internet Governance Forum. So just to balance and for them to bring together. The result is now they have the Youth Forum in Ethiopia. So we had to create those kind of balance. How do you measure impact? The measure impact is most of the fellows or the volunteers who have been in the ECA system. Now either they are facilitators or they are volunteers, and I see them, they are integrated to ISOC ambassadorship, ICANN, because we still have the network keeping them together. What we wanted is not volunteer, you go your way. We keep on integrating them to the ongoing conversation. That's why they are facilitators in the Pan-African Youth Ambassador. Thank you.
Yes. Onika, then Malaji, please keep it short because we have 10 minutes, then Makta, then our Honorable Minister will end. Okay, Onika.
Okay, so I think it's really important for us to look at mainstreaming gender in ICT policy. So there's several things we are doing with that. We've actually developed a curriculum where we've gone to different regions and different countries to train policymakers on how do you center gender and mainstream gender in ICT policies. There's a few initiatives that are happening in the continent right now that are interesting to watch for example, Uganda actually used their universal service funds to provide smart tablets to female-led households in 26 villages. We're in the process of doing an impact evaluation of how impactful that was and what, how did it change the lives of those communities, and is this something that could be sustainable in other areas as well? So we have to keep trying to do some of this. And lastly, I will say that we are actually in the process also of doing another cost of exclusion study that looks at it from a meaningful connectivity angle, and we will be doing a deep dive on Ghana, Uganda, Mozambique, and South Africa. So I would encourage you to look at those reports, because those are the experiences that women share with us that can help inform how we improve our policies and how we become intentional about including women. Remember, they are offline because they are excluded from society in general. We are not going to win when more than 50% of our population, meaning women, because they are usually majority in most countries. We are not going to win in this digital revolution, leaving half of our population behind. Thank you.
Halaji.
Thank you very much. I think in general, there's one question I would like to respond about the private sector. That is the new entrants coming into the market. Most of our countries actually, the taxation regime on the telecom sector is really very high. So maybe perhaps that's one of the areas that we need to look at as in terms of our policies, just to ensure that the taxation must not be a prohibition to start a business in our countries. Now, the last part I just want to talk about with the members of parliament is just to ensure that let's have a lot of interest in the digital transformation strategy of our countries. Because the digital transformation strategy actually is going to really give us the footprint on which our countries actually can move to the next stage in terms of involve, and they must involve the private sector in the strategy. They cannot leave them behind. Another one also is about the digital literacy from our schools, from the public service, members of parliament, from the judiciary. They all must be captured in the digital literacy of our own countries, and as well as also be able to identify our citizens and where they live. This is really crucial in the ecosystem of the internet, particularly in the e-commerce, that we have started to see a lot of development in our GDP in e-commerce. And lastly, also, we must also encourage our governments also to work together, because when you look at the ministries, some ministry will be handling finance, one will be handling information, one will be handling. So they must be able to work together. If they work in silos, we will be in trouble. So we must work together to ensure that they understand that this is one country and one continent we really have to build together. Thank you.
Thank you, Halaji. Dr. Sek.
Yeah, thank you. Let me start by some question, to answer some question, not all. For the government participation, we need to do more to make sure the understanding of the government on this Internet Governance Forum. As you know, IGF is not a platform for decision. Yeah. And generally, the politics, when they want to go somewhere, they need to have a declaration or a commitment. There is no commitment on IGF. It is just a platform for exchange. And at the end, you don't have a communique, you just have a summary note on the discussion. And why we have to work closely with our government to give them more information about the Internet Governance Forum. Some know now the importance of this IGF, but we have to do more. We have several platforms. We can use at the ECA, we have the Conference of Minister of Finance, we have also the briefing of ambassador, we have the VC's outcome, we have the Conference of Minister of Environment. We have several platforms where we can use to inform them. We can also work with AUC, because AUC is member of the Secretariat, to use the STC, the ICT STC, to inform better the minister on the importance of IGF. We work also with Smart Africa, the ICT Council of Ministers of Smart Africa, with 35 Minister of ICT, to give them more information about Internet Governance Forum. And also the issue also, our Minister of Finance doesn't know exactly the contribution of the digital technology on the GDP. And there is a request last year, ECA, to prepare a study to measure the impact of digital technology on the ICT, on the GDP. Because when you talk about digital technology, for them it is a telecommunication sector. They can measure the telecommunication sector because the telecommunication has revenue. But for all this fintech, this mobile e-commerce platform, this e-government service, they don't have any tools to measure the impact or the contribution on the GDP. I think when we are working on the study, when the study will be done, I think they will get a better understanding of this contribution of ICT on the GDP, plus the study done under the leadership of a team led by Jimson on the cybersecurity and the contribution of cybersecurity and ICT on the GDP. The next youth participation, I think, they already answered the question. I think Ponsole also was the chair of the task force. He can provide some effort. Private sector. Yes, for youth, we find a way now to involve their participation. We have the term of reference, the criteria of selection. For private sector, we have to look at it under the task force. I leave the question to the task force for IGF to discuss how we can better involve private sector in the African IGF. But we have some private sector, but the big issue is the government. Now, when you look at the room, I think Kofi is only representative of the minister, of the government. Yeah, all other people are from civil society, private sector, academia. It is a problem. Yeah, yeah. We need. There is a lot of work. I think to have things in your working group. National IGF. National IGF. Frankly, we don't have. We can't support all the national IGF at ECA level. It's not possible. You have the regional IGF. I think the regional IGF can work with the country to develop their national IGF. And we have also the 5 regional IGF. One network, we need to look at the regulation. We can have it because you have one network in some region on the telecom sector. But the issue is you know, there are several law and regulation between the country. Also, and between Anglophone and Francophone country. We need to work together at the AU level with all this country. to come up with the one network. It will be possible because now with the implementation of the African Free Trade Area, we can do it. Now we have one single market. We are going to adopt in January the African Digital Single Market, and one of the key recommendations is to have one network. And we are going to step by step, maybe not next year, by 2030 maybe we can have one network. Coming also to the digital inclusion, the cost. The problem is not the infrastructure. The problem is the regulation and the political commitment. We have all the infrastructure, but when we talk about sharing infrastructure, when you go to the law and the regulation side, we have all rules how to regulate this sharing infrastructure, but people didn't implement. We have committed our government to implement the regulation. It is a big problem now. If we come up with a good regulation and with good implementation, all the costs will go down. Because when you look at, there is no competition in the operator. You can have one country, you have 5 operators, but there is no competition. One have 1 cent more, 1 cent less. It is just the discussion between the operator. And the regulation doesn't do the real work, how the operator should implement their network, what are the tariff, the regular cost for the service of telecommunication. The cost is defined by the operator of service, not by the regulator. Or the regulator should have the power and the competency to define the cost of the service. We have a lot of things to do on the regulation, and I think our regulation also are aware. We can do the better to support them also, because for the infrastructure you have this satellite constellation we can use in the continent. I'm going to stop there. I think we have another session, and I will leave the floor to the chair. And I think all your questions are relevant, and we'll continue bilateral discussion. Thank you.
Yes, so we just closed this session now with our Honorable Minister for State for Digital Economy of Ethiopia, Honorable Huria Ali Mahdi, to just say a few words to close this session. Over to you, Honorable.
Now you can hear me. Okay, thank you so much. I would like to thank and appreciate all the panelists. They have talked about all about Africa. It was really interesting. Well, it's my honor to be here also to hear about what we can do with Internet Governance Forum as an African country. What is really our role in implementing, proper implementation is the most important thing. So here, as you all know, Internet Governance Forum is a very great platform to discuss about the opportunities of Internet, new opportunities and the challenges, how we can address, and the new developments. As we all know, the world is very dynamic and very flexible, especially the digital is changing from time to time. So we need to get ready as a continent. That's the most important thing. So how we can do it, is the critical thing. So Africa is, as we know, youngest and most rapid urbanizing continent with its young and dynamic population. So we all talk about our young people, our future, our power, the future of Africa. So when we say this, well, we have to get ready to work, and we should consider the beyond the digital development. And it's a digital development and digital transformation as a more advanced stage of the development. So we have to think of, we need to understand what do we mean digital transformation. What do we mean say? So there is a need of willingness to experiment and to change. So there is a need of commitment for the leadership. So we have to get ready to lead and to be committed the digital transformation. It's not only an investment. We are talking about the improving of life of our community, our society, how we can improve, how we can improve their lives. That's all what we can talking about. So we need to provide meaningful access for digital transformation services. We need to have a digital skills in training the most as African countries. So we need to develop and deploy solutions to address our social and economic challenges as a continent. So we have to address through technology, through digital transformation. So we have to, it needs cooperation as a continent. As an African continent, we need to cooperate and to coordinate. To do that, IGF is a very great platform. We can talk about national IGF, we can talk about African IGF. So how we can make it meaningful for us to use in our policies, in our legal frameworks, how we can use it, especially in building the common infrastructure as a country level. We all say there is always a need of affordability. So if we are going to talk about affordability, we have to produce in our country. That's the basic solution. And if we can produce, we can use it in our content, in our own language. So it is easy to understand for our society, and we can improve their lives because they can understand it, it's in their own language, and they can afford it to access the devices and the other tools of technology. So this is one thing that we need to do at African countries to have a solution for the affordability. So that's what we have.
Honorable Minister, please, I have to make you round up his time. His session is coming in. Yeah.
Oh, okay, is it next? Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you, everybody, for coming. We'll just take a brief picture and then we're done. Thank you. Thank you. God bless you all.
What is your problem, Pons? Are you a Christian now?
Yes, 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 yes.
No, the light. Light.
Please. No, you will reflect. You will reflect. You will put it very
well. Oh, nice. Okay, it's nice.
Must look at me. I'm your photographer. Okay.
Join us.
African group come.
African, all African.
Yeah. Sarah.
Japanese also come.
I was gonna say.
Please come, honorable.
Now me, I'm short. Where will I stand? Next to one.
Come here. Yeah. Where is I'm short?
Hello. Hi. You all look dark. your camera. It's
Yeah. And another one. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, they've gone. Listen, I'm on the management group of the Asia Pacific Regional IGF. I think you guys need to talk to some of the people leading that, because we have exactly the same problems with getting young people motivated and keeping them motivated, and we have problems with getting women more involved. It's always the guys who sort of push forward. In Asia Pacific, yes.
In Africa, they are more active.
Yeah.
60% of them were.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
Get support. It's an experiment from an African government. You see from the fund, from the 2,500 you know, so it is not
Yeah.
but I'm going to be able to actually show success so that they can be allowed to keep going.
Yeah.
Because it's not like one week training, then one is right. So the one
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Also, I represent the International Federation of Libraries. I think you need to talk to our people in Africa. Yeah, sure. Sorry? You'll find Indico, yeah. Yeah, but you can also, I think you should look on our website, that's IFLA, I-F-L-A, which is the International Federation of Library Associations, www.ifla.
Tu sais, on est toujours dans le décalage. Toi, tu es bien.
Tell you what, I don't have cards, I've run out of cards, but I can give you. Where are you at the UN or Economic Commission? She is, okay. Well, I'll tell you what, I have a South African colleague, Tabiseng Kotsokolani, who has been our libraries coordinator for Africa. She's just gone on to our governing board of the Libraries NGO, IFLA. She would be a good person to talk to. Yeah. I can, if you give me your email, I will send you the email of Chubby and a couple of other African women also in the library sector. Would that be useful? All right, okay. Give me hers. I saw her email is Soren. I will email you some email details of my African colleagues who work in the library sector at governance level. They know about internet governance. I saw it on your phone when I was trying to make it work. So you don't have a card, do you? No. Sorry,
You know, it's mobile
okay.
Africa next
I'll do that for you. Okay. So you get an email from Winston Roberts, and that's me. Okay. Okay.
Kigali, yeah. We're going to Kigali soon. Oh, please let me invite you then. We've got a women's thing that we have got.
But he's not woman.
Anyway, if you want to, yes, you know, the first vice president, I think is the I don't say that so that, like, just come. I'm going to put your name. Please come to the session because they have not officially announced that they want to. Yes, you must come. I'm going to make sure you come, but there is a $60 million fund to fund scalable solutions to close the gender divide.
workshop. You may come closer. I feel lonely up here, so please don't hesitate, even if you have to disappear at some point in time. Start at 2 o'clock. Yeah, and 3, yeah. Okay. Vadim, do we start? 2 seconds.
since we have a number of online speakers, it appears that we have a little technical difficulty, but we'll solve that very soon so we can get started. We will also be showing some slides, at least some of the speakers. Otherwise, Vadim, we can maybe change the order of speakers if they are not available right now. So this workshop is about AI and environment and the connection between the two. So it's my great pleasure here to be in Kyoto, first of all. I also have some colleagues here and some friends from different parts. We also have a number of people that are following online, even though right now we've combined everything, right? We are in presence, we're online. Nice to see familiar faces and less familiar faces in the room. Nice and friendly faces. I'm sure that we also have nice and friendly faces online. So thank you for coming to this workshop. The Council of Europe obviously has had a very special interest in both artificial intelligence and environment for a number of years, and we've developed a number of both treaties, but also partial agreements around environment. We're currently working on a new treaty on artificial intelligence. Both these things were put to the forefront in our summit of heads of state and government in Reykjavik, where the heads of government and the heads of state and government also requested that we pay particular attention to that and devise new tools in this field. Council of Europe works in that not only with a specific committee on artificial intelligence, but has a number of services that are looking directly into artificial intelligence. As we also know, every human right ultimately depends on a healthy biosphere. Without healthy functioning ecosystems, there would be no clean air to breathe, no safe water to drink, or nutritious food to eat. So we need to create that and preserve that. And of course, the artificial intelligence may be a helpful tool in this respect, but we also have to ensure that this helpful tool serves its purpose. And that's why we've put together a panel of people that are, on the one side, scientists and researchers, but also decision makers that have to take on a daily basis the decision to whether or not imply and apply certain methodologies or not. Our very special keynote speaker today is someone who has been involved in the work of what we call the CAHI, the Ad hoc Committee on Artificial Intelligence, but also on the Committee of Artificial Intelligence on the regulation of artificial intelligence for some time. He's a minister for the environment of the canton of Jura in Switzerland, and he's also the spokesperson on digitalization and artificial intelligence of the Congress of Local and Regional Authorities of the Council of Europe. So I'd like to welcome Mr. David Herré. He is uniquely placed in this respect to share his experience as both an active policymaker domestically at the canton of Jura and at the European level, and someone who has first-hand experience of actually working with those topics daily and locally as a Minister for the Environment. Without any further ado, I would like to give the floor to Mr. Herré, who will speak from Switzerland. He had some urgent business, unfortunately, in his government today. Otherwise, he would have preferred to be with us here in Kyoto, I'm quite sure. Mr. Herré, if you're there, the floor is yours.
Yes, I'm there. Thank you so much. I'm here in Switzerland. It's still the end of the night. So I should say good morning from here, and I'm sure you are already in the afternoon. So it's a pleasure for me to address this session, and I'm really grateful in the name of the Congress to be able to share our thoughts. So as you said, I'm Speaker of the Congress for Artificial Intelligence and Numerization. The Congress has a number of 46 state members, and this is really a huge organization, and we try to have a focus on these thematics that are really important at the moment. As you said, in my country, I am Minister of Environment in the canton of Jura. Switzerland has 26 states, and Jura is one of the 26 states. You may know some of the states which are well known, like Zurich, Geneva, Bern, etc. As a politician, a grassroots player in my country, and as a representative of the Congress, I want to share my vision on this very relevant connection between AI and environment. In October 2022, so 1 year ago, the Congress highlighted that the fundamental right to environment is intrinsically linked to local and regional good governance. Indeed, there cannot be good governance exercised by local and regional authorities without taking into account the environmental issue. So the Congress explored how we can move toward the green reading of the European Charter of Local Self-Government. We adopted a recommendation, and this is a proposition to have an additional protocol to the Charter on this matter. We have several other proposals of international standards on environmental matters within the Council of Europe, including a possible protocol to the European Convention on Human Rights. Whatever option is eventually chosen by the Committee of Ministers, the role of local and regional elected representatives in environmental matters is key. Both the environment and artificial intelligence are high on the agenda of the Congress. The Congress works on raising awareness of elected representatives by sharing good practices with respect to the environment and artificial intelligence through practical handbooks and guidance for smart cities and regions. Our communities can become better places to live if we maximize the use of AI for the public good. Indeed, AI technologies can be game changers, optimizing the use of energy, handling power fluctuations, improving energy storage, and forecasting energy demand can all help to make energy consumption more sober. AI enables us to analyze complex, multifaceted data sets, inclusive real-time data on energy consumption, water use, and weather. I want to share my experience in the canton of Jura in Switzerland. We do have several examples. So I want to share a PowerPoint. I don't know if you can show it on the screen for the participants, if you have it available. This is just 2-3 slides that can illustrate my...
I'm sure we do. We'll immediately try to put that on screen.
So because it's always good to talk, but it's also good if I can show you some examples. So in my canton, we do have several examples on energy use, energy management, and also public transportation management. And in that topic, I don't see anything on the screen, but I think it should come.
As long as there's nothing on the screen, I would invite you to continue for the time being. We're trying to resolve this technically, but please go ahead.
Okay, so in the public transportation, we have implemented something to be able to manage the capacity of transportation and the need to be transported by the people. And how do we do that? We do have something that we could call an incentive. So whenever you need to buy a train ticket or a bus ticket in Switzerland, the system will propose you several different prices depending of the capacity available in the public transport that is foreseeing. So I wanted to show you an example. If I want to go to Zurich next week, and let's say I have a meeting at 12 noon in Zurich, and the system will propose me several possibilities, inclusive one with a discounted price at 12 francs instead of 22 francs. And this is a way to move the people not in the train and bus that are already supposed to be full, but the one that are that has capacity. And this brings three effects. First of all, we have a better use of public transport. So we use the capacity and we don't overload when it's already full. Second effect, this can reduce the need of extra transport capacity. So this can reduce the investment that we, the states like Jura, like Bern, like Zurich, need to invest in our transport material. And the third effect is also important. This has increased the modal shift from road to public transport. So three effects with a system based on AI and also based on the tools that we have online. The second example I wanted to share is what we have in my region called the Swiss Energy Park. So in my region, we have an energy park that includes three kinds of production: hydraulic power on a river, solar panels in a big solar plant, and windcraft on the mountain. And in this park, we can analyze online the consumption of the region and the production of the region. And we see immediately that whenever we have wind, water, and sun, this is quite cool because we have enough energy. And during the period like now in Switzerland, where we have sun, no wind, not enough water in the river, then we need to import energy from outside the region. And this is something that I wanted to show you on the slide that are not coming, but this is okay. I'm sure you can share the slide by later. And on the analysis, okay, this is coming. So we go directly to the 7th slide. Okay, this is the next one, because I don't want to repeat what I said. Okay, this one. On this slide, we can see on a yearly basis, the black line is the need, the consumption of the region. The green one is the windcraft production. So we can see that like in December 2022 or February, we had quite a lot of wind, enough wind to our consumption. The blue is the water production. So we see that the period from August to now, we are having not enough rain in the region, so not enough water in the river, so almost no production. And the sun is also an energy that we have, especially in summer, and that is not present in winter. So this is interesting to see, first of all, the management of the energy in the region, also the effect of climate change, because we see that when we have not enough water, like now, due to the climate change, we are in trouble. And we can also see that the wind is a really high energy possibility or potential, but this is not predictable, so we cannot be sure. So this is just two examples that I wanted to show. And maybe you can come back to the third slide, just to show quickly okay, I come back to this public transportation. But on the left, you can see that this application, you can just select, oh, I want to go to Zurich on Friday, November 10 for a meeting at 12 noon. In the middle, you can see the possibilities offered. So the one that is arriving at 12 is 1440 Swiss francs. And if you want to be like in the previous proposition, it's 19 Swiss francs. And if you want to be at Zurich at 11:26, you pay the full price, 22. So this system is a way to, as I said, to use with the best efficient way the public transport capacity that we have in Switzerland. So this is what I wanted to show you. And I think this is good to make the link between AI and environment, energy, and carbon footprint. We see that we have potential, and I think there are still a lot to do in this topic. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Herré. I think energy management, the use of real-time data, it's incredibly important, and sometimes it may be better to go to Zurich a little bit earlier or a little bit later and have a free lunch in Zurich to have it compensated by your train ticket, basically. So thank you for very much for this very local experience and how AI can really help in making sure that our environment is also getting better of it. Now let me introduce you to the work of our first panelist, because Mr. Herré was our keynote speaker. Our first panelist is Professor Yamagata from the Eyo University. Is all about developing a new urban system design framework that integrates architecture, transportation, and human behavior in cities. Professor, if you don't mind telling us about your work on AI and sustainable urban systems, that would be very interesting for this audience, I'm quite sure. What are the main challenges and how did you deal with them? Could you tell us more about this? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chairman. It is my great pleasure to be able to talk at this session about our recent studies. I'm Yoshiki Yamagata. I'm talking from Keio University, Yokohama. So at my laboratory, we are studying urban systems design for achieving climate resilient cities. So climate resiliency is two meanings. One is the response to the climate change, because we are experiencing a lot of climate change impacts already, like heat waves and floodings. Another climate change measure is, of course, the carbon neutral decarbonizations of the cities. This is also urgent to meet the target of the Paris Agreement. So for that purpose, we are introducing a lot of IoT, big data, and AI techniques to achieve this goal. So let me explain one example of my studies at the city center Tokyo. Maybe you have seen this sky tree at the city center Tokyo. This is the tallest tower in Japan, and we are analyzing this area using big data. And so one big data we are analyzing is the occupancy of the offices and shops and restaurants, etc., using big data. And The second big data case is this mobile phone mobility information. We are deleting all the privacy information and using the trajectory of the people moving inside the city. So we are using the machine learning technique, which is an AI technology, to detect the transport mode. So by looking at the trajectory, AI can judge if this is a car or train or walking behavior, transport mode. So we're still studying to improve the accuracy of the classification, but the walking behavior is really challenging for us. So by combining these building and transport informations using GIS information like total floor area, height, and the load width node, and big data like occupancy information and people's mobility informations in the buildings and in the load networks, in combination of the sensor data like smart meter measurement data and statistic, and also the actual transport measurement at the load network. We could estimate the dynamic carbon mapping, which visualize carbon emissions from the urban activities. This red colors means that emissions from the building energy use. Blue color means indicating the emission from the road car traffic, from the engine car. So from this diagram, we can easily, intuitively understand where the carbon dioxide is emitting and who is responsible for these emissions. So it is really important to understand visually, intuitively for the policymaker as well as citizens, and in many cases, building owners and other business people in the cities understand what is the goal of carbon emission reductions. So this kind of information is also be used for detecting the heat wave risks by combining heat hazard maps. Remote sensing data can be available for this purpose. And we can use this walkers' location information as a heat exposure to the risks of a heat hazard. For instance, if an older person suffering some diseases is walking in the street in a very high temperature location more than 1 hour, so there is a huge chance that this person get heat stroke. So if these kind of people are staying in the same place for say 1,000 people, then maybe there is a high chance the ambulance will be called soon. So in advance, we can prepare ambulance and send enough number of ambulance to the high-risk area to save the lives of people who are suffering the heat strokes. So at the same time, we can also analyze the comfort of people. Actually, walking behavior inside the cities is really important health improving well-being experience inside the cities. So by knowing how to improve the people's walkability inside the city is really important indicators for the people's health and improving the well-being of the citizens. So there are some new technologies available for this purpose. And the big data and AI for using this people's flow, there is really huge potential. This is ongoing studies I'm conducting with researchers of ETH, Zurich, Switzerland. And so we have a exchange program between Cairo University and ETH. So I'm very much looking forward to collaborate with policymakers and the researchers in Switzerland in the near future. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Professor Yamagata. I think that's really exciting to look at this information, how climate resilient cities and decarbonization can impact, or hopefully not impact, further climate change. I think I would only give you one suggestion before you prepare the ambulances to prepare for heat strokes, maybe more importantly that we foresee some other activity that prevents heat strokes to take place. Our next panelist is Peter Clotton-Brock from the UK Centre for AI and Climate. He works in depth on issues of creating data marketplace in relation to the transition to net zero, and more specifically changing requirements for data for improved grid management. This may sound strange to you, so we will let Mr. Peter Clotton-Brock explain what is meant by all of this. Peter, the floor is yours. Peter, are you there? Because we see your slide, but we can't hear you.
Okay, is that working now? Can you hear me?
That's perfect, Peter. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much for the chance to speak today. It's great to be here, if not in person, then in spirit. I'm going to talk for about 9 minutes today about what some of the opportunities are to apply AI and data science to support the transition to net zero, as well as what we can do to help free up some of the data required to do so. Okay, how to move the screen along. Excuse me. There we go. So a little bit about us before I dive in. So the Centre for AI and Climate is one of the leading organizations focused on advancing the application of data science and AI to accelerate action on climate change. We do this in two main ways. The first is thought leadership. So we look to inform the debate about what the main opportunities are to apply data science and AI to accelerate the transition to net zero, as well as what some of the bottlenecks and barriers are that are holding back that adoption. And secondly, we look to dive into some of those bottlenecks and barriers and help develop the digital architecture and infrastructure necessary to do so. Perhaps it's useful to start with a little bit of a framework to think about what kinds of problem AI is good for helping to address. Because there are obviously many challenges in the transition to net zero. Some of them AI can potentially help with, others it's not the best tool to be used. So we need to make sure it's being used in the right ways for the right kinds of problem. So here I've just summarized 4 of the types of problem where AI is particularly good at supporting the addressing of challenges. So the first is system optimization. So this often uses a tool called reinforcement learning, where you effectively inform the AI agent about a particular system that you're looking to optimize. You give it data on the controls it can use to change that system and the environment that affects the system, and then it will effectively optimize using those controls the optimal outcome for that system. And this could apply for a whole system, so for example the energy system, but also parts of that system. So a particular battery asset within that system could be optimized using reinforcement learning, for example. A particular subset of this is around accelerated experimentation. So we can deploy AI to support faster accelerated experimentation for new battery designs and new battery chemistries, for example, but also potentially for new ways of making steel, which we need new forms of experimentation for. Thirdly, prediction and forecasting. So a lot of the data that we need, that we use in sectors relevant to climate change, uses something called time series data, which tracks different variables over time. And here, if we've got enough historical data on that particular variable, we can find the patterns using AI in that data and predict forward much more accurately using AI than we could with previous techniques. And fourthly, classification. So this is useful if, for example, we have image imagery or sort of satellite imagery, and we want to be able to classify I don't know, areas on rooftops that we could deploy solar panels on, or grid infrastructure, or whatever it is. We can deploy AI to help classify different data within that image. AI is not something that's theoretical at this stage. It's already being deployed, as David set out in his examples in Switzerland, but there are many others that we're seeing bubble up throughout the community that are really exciting. So I've pulled out 3 that we think are interesting here. So the Climate Trace Coalition uses AI and satellite imagery to improve the accuracy of, and transparency of global emissions inventories. Secondly, UNISAT's Flood AI tool enables high-frequency flood reports that have improved disaster response already in Asia and Africa. And thirdly, DeepMind have used their AI to increase the energy efficiency of Google's data centers by between 30 to 40%, and that's focused on improving the efficiency of their cooling system. So that's just using software. They're able to achieve really significant increases in energy efficiency. It's worth saying that despite the fact that there are a lot of examples already deployed, applying AI to climate action, we still think the potential for further applications is huge. And we think actually it's probably some of the most important ones that we're likely to see have yet to be developed. So it's still a wide open field, and we're just seeing the tip of the iceberg when it comes to the potential application. So what do we need to do to enable further application and adoption of this technology? Well, probably the main barrier and bottleneck that comes up when you talk to the data scientists working in this field is around data. And in particular, 2 types of data frustration come up in conversations with data scientists. And these are data discovery and data access. So just to be clear on what I mean by these, by data discovery, I'm talking about the process of locating and identifying already open data sets. So for example, an innovator might be searching for solar irradiance patterns in Africa. It might just take them a long time to find this data, despite it being already openly available. And by data access, I'm talking about the process of gaining access to commercial data that is currently not available openly on the internet. So for example, this might be accessing data on EV charging assets from a commercial charging asset operator where they're not currently opening up their data. So then the question comes of what can we actually do to enable, to address these 2 challenges that I've focused on. And here we see 3 key opportunities. So the first is better data discovery tools. So ultimately what we think is needed here is better ways of organizing and helping signpost people to data that already exists. So here we think there's a need for a well-organized and intelligent data catalog focused on climate action. This is actually something that the Center for AI and Climate is already working on developing to really help users and signpost users to where there is data for a particular type, and the organization of that is really key. If there are any country representatives who want to get in touch about that and find out how that could be help support data cataloging in your country, please do let me know. Secondly, we see an increasing need for better regulation to open up data, especially in monopolistic sectors. So when it comes to climate action, a lot of the sectors that we care about most often have natural monopolies, whether it's the electricity sector or the transport sector. We're often dealing with areas where you have sectors that companies that have a monopoly over particular areas, whether it's electricity networks, such as distribution and transmission networks, or transport networks. And we see a real need to focus on requiring some of these monopolies to open up their data, and in particular for commercial licensing. And that last piece is really key. So we want to be able to enable innovators to build products and services on top of data that's opened up by these type of companies. So making sure it's available on a commercial license is actually really important. And thirdly, commercial data markets. So to complement the open data piece, we actually see there being a real need to create the financial incentives for commercial companies to share more of their data, in particular in the sectors that we care about, again, when it comes to climate change. And the way you create those kind of financial incentives is to effectively create a market for that data. And again, this is something that we're working on directly. So what I've talked through hopefully is a combination of things. So I've highlighted a framework by which we can think about the opportunities and the problem types that AI is good for addressing. I've talked about some of the case studies about how it's already being applied and deployed in the world. I've highlighted some of the key bottlenecks, in particular around data, that we need to address if we want to see further and faster adoption of these technologies. And I've set out what we think are some of the key ways of addressing those bottlenecks to address these challenges. So with that, I'll close and say thank you very much again for the opportunity to speak today. And I'll look forward to addressing any questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Peter. Very, very interesting also how you highlighted the central role actually that data play in artificial intelligence, the system optimization, if you have access to those data. But you also pointed at high energy costs for storing those data and also deploying artificial intelligence on them. So our last speaker is going to be, we're extremely lucky to have the new director of the Directorate of Science, Technology and Innovation of the OECD, Mr. Jerry Sheehan, who will present the OECD's work and activities in the field of AI and environment, and in particular the excellent report on measuring the environmental effects of AI computing and applications published at the end of last year. So clearly, Jerry, OECD has a key role to play. Over to you to tell us about your work.
All right, thank you very much, Patrick. I'm delighted to be able to join you, even though it can only be virtually today, as much as I'd prefer to be there in person with you. Let me just say, I do have some slides. I don't know if they can be presented here. I don't seem to be able to pull them up and share my screen myself. But let me go ahead just to keep us on time and tell you a little bit about the work that we've been doing. Very good, thank you. So just to say that accelerating the green transition has been a major theme, continues to be a major theme of our work here in OECD's Directorate for Science, Technology and Innovation. Among other areas, we have focused on issues of decarbonization of industrial activity, including in some more traditional fields like shipbuilding and steel. We recently released a report as well on AI and science that I'd call to your attention, as it highlights a number of ways in which AI can be applied to research across a broad range of disciplines, many of which can inform and accelerate our green transition, including through a number of areas that were just described, through improved modeling, through improved data access and ability, and in fields ranging from environmental impact to transportation to material science, all of which can help us make our world a bit greener. We have been doing work on AI since at least 2017, and including in that have looked specifically at the relationship between AI and the environment. So as noted, last year at the COP27, last November, we launched a report that was asking about the environmental footprint of artificial intelligence. We heard a word about this in terms of some of the large data sets that must be used to inform AI. And I'm happy to share with you today some findings of this work. And actually the slide we have here is just the right one. So for us, we've been focused on the notion of the twin transitions, the green transition and the digital transition, and looking at ways that digital technologies can be better leveraged for environmental sustainability in the future. As you've heard from other panelists already, this is happening in many ways. AI applications can enable sustainability. For example, AI is transforming climate modeling by creating digital twins. The Destination Earth, for example, is creating a digital twin planet of the Earth powered by Europe's high-performance computing centers and its AI capacity. The Climate Trace project is harnessing AI to track human-related greenhouse gas emissions with unprecedented detail and speed. DeepMind are using AI to make data centers more efficient by applying reinforcement learning algorithms to reduce their energy use. One example is carbon-aware computing, where AI shifts compute tasks to data centers in areas with more availability of carbon-free energy. Let's go to the next slide, please. Just to say that But we know compute is on the rise. And as we see computational needs of AI systems going, there are climate impacts as well. We often perceive AI as some sort of an abstract, non-tangible technical system, right, that we interact with through our screens. But it is, as noted, it's enabled by physical infrastructure and hardware together with software that are collectively known as AI compute. And in the last decade or more, as you can see on this slide here, the computing needs of AI systems have grown dramatically, entering what some call the large-scale era of compute. This is no doubt motivated by the increasing capabilities of large and more compute-intensive AI systems, and of course, the rise of deep learning and large language models. Tools like chatbot are becoming more widely used, and the computing needs for inferencing of AI systems, in contrast to the training of AI systems, is also becoming more relevant. Let's go to the next slide, please. So why is this problematic? Well, simply put, as AI systems get bigger, not only can they help us address AI challenges, but they need and use more computing resources, which in turn consumes more energy, natural resources, and they produce increasing CO2 emissions. Although some researchers have produced numbers for AI's environmental impacts at an AI model level, I think an example being for Bloom and for GPT-3, we don't really know how severe this problem is at a national, let alone at a global level, especially then in comparison to other sectors that contribute to CO2 emissions. It's because AI-specific measures are still scarce, and those that we do have tend to overestimate AI's negative impact. So to help fill this measurement gap, we've conducted a stock-taking report and developed a framework to help better quantify AI's environmental impacts. Let's go to the next slide. I'll tell you a little bit about the analytical framework that we've used. The framework builds on work that has been done already by researchers on the direct and indirect environmental impacts of AI. The direct environmental impacts are defined as those that result from AI compute, along with the resources life cycle, which includes the production, the transport, and operations of this compute, as well as its end of life. There are various environmental impacts, as you can imagine, along this life cycle. Everything from critical minerals extraction to transportation, water consumption, carbon emissions recycling and waste disposal. For direct impacts, it's important to note that operations, that is the actual running and operating of servers in a data center being used to train an AI model, for example, are a major source of environmental impact. The majority of resources and existing indicators are in just this area. We should also note, though, that direct impacts can also be positive. For example, the heat from data centers is being repurposed, but these cases are still probably too rare. When it comes to some of the indirect impacts, that is from the applications of AI, we found many, many positive examples, as well as some that were more negative. So on the positive side, we know that there are sectoral applications. We've heard some of those today already, such as AI for energy grid efficiency. There's climate mitigation and adaptation approaches, such as AI for flood prediction, and AI for environmental modeling, such as the example of creating a digital twin of the Earth. On the negative side, these AI applications also increase consumption patterns in ways that may or may not be sustainable. So let me go to the next slide, please, and I can share with you some of the key findings of our work here. So using this, we identified really 5 key findings that I want to share with you just briefly this morning or this afternoon for an evening for those of you who are joining from other parts of the world. So the first is that common measurement standards are needed to track and analyze the environmental impact. And this should allow for greater data comparability between and among countries. Second, we find that data collection on environmental impacts of AI compute could be expanded, should be expanded in a number of ways. Third, AI-specific measurements are sometimes difficult to differentiate from general purpose compute. We see this, for instance, in data center usage, where estimates of the percentage of data centers for use as AI compute is not clear across countries, maybe not even always as clear within individual data centers. Fourth, We need more data collection on different types of environmental impacts, such as carbon use, water and other natural resource use, and supply chain impacts. All of these are needed. Fifth and finally, we think international efforts, including sharing of best practices on AI compute towards environmental equity and transparency are vital. Let me go to the next slide, please. So just to note that the framework that we developed over the past few years coincides with the emergence of generative AI. Of course, the big question now is whether the arrival and the proliferation of generative AI would change our analysis. We've already seen exciting new applications of generative AI for climate action, such as Chat Climate. We also see considerable interest from countries. Right? In a recent OECD stock taking that we did for the G7, for example, 5 out of the 7 G countries responded that climate action is among their top 5 opportunities for generative AI. On the other hand, there are questions about the direct environmental impacts of the large-scale use of generative AI. For example, on water, it was already reported that Microsoft's water usage has significantly increased last year, largely due to investments in their operations of generative AI. Of course, I tried asking ChatGPT if it knew how much energy it took to run this particular question, but as you see here, coming up with specific numbers is challenging, and there's considerable work still to be done. So organizations like mine here at the OECD, through our OECD Compute Expert Group, for example, are continuing this important analysis, engaged with experts and partners from various stakeholder groups and from around the world. And we hope to be able to come back to you in the future with even more refined results of our analyses. So for now, I can go to the last slide. And thank you for your attention. This is where you can find our report. And again, we'll have more findings coming out of our OECD Compute Expert Group in coming months and years that we look forward to sharing with you. Thank you very much for your attention today, and I look forward to joining in the panel discussion.
Thank you so much, Jerry. It's really a question of checks and balances, knowing how much energy is needed to generate the artificial intelligence on the one side, and how much is it going to help us to diminish the, let's say, the carbon footprint on our development. I already have a number of questions here that come from the online. And one question, Jerry, is actually directed to you. We know that everyone looks at OECD with regards to defining AI as such. I'm not going to ask you that now, but the question here is, what do you see as the role of international organizations, such as the OECD, in working with artificial intelligence?
Yeah, thank you for that question. I think the international organizations like OECD have a critical role to play here. In simple terms, we're the connective tissue that helps bring countries together to solve collective problems, including around the green transition and digital transitions and relationships between them. I think this is especially critical when the stakes are high and when it involves complex issues that cross borders. And this is particularly relevant for climate change and AI, given that it's a general purpose technology that can be applied to many different sectors. We've been focusing on environment here today, but we know that AI diffusion is ramping up in almost every sector of our economies, from agriculture to healthcare, and again, in all countries at different speeds. Applications like ChatGPT have even made AI tangible and usable to the average person. So I think we at OECD and others remain hopeful that the breakthroughs that can be enabled by AI can help us save the planet, right? So these are the benefits, and we've seen a lot of those in the panel today. We've also been attentive to some of the negative impacts, environmental impacts, and some of the risks among those, including effects on labor markets and so forth. As noted, these aren't well enough understood yet. They're difficult to measure, especially as AI gets scaled up and is applied on a bigger scale. And that's where I think OECD and other international organizations have a critical role to play, because we can help put in place measurement frameworks that can apply across all of these countries.
Thank you.
Yeah, and just to on a final note, as I see you're getting the microphone going. Just to say,
yes,
of course,
I
now
try to get it going. Thank you so much for your input. I think indeed, and as Council of Europe, obviously we work very closely also with the OECD and other international organizations around artificial intelligence and the impact of artificial intelligence. I already have a question, another question for Professor Yamagata, because he showed us quite a number of visualization research, the use of AI in the sphere of sustainable urban systems. But Professor Yamagata, the question is also, how can these systems be used in policy making? And do policymakers make use of them? I'm sure that Mr. Ere will be very interested in your response on that.
Yeah, thank you very much for the interesting questions, and that is very vitally important questions. At the moment, we are studying these visualizations using big data and AI for the stakeholders of the area. Of course, this includes the policymakers, but usually the policymakers need to see directly the policy options in this visualization, rather than the low carbon emissions. Of course, carbon emission is a final, parameters to reduce, but perhaps the policymaker need to understand more closely the details of the different policy options, like energy management options or urban planning options, or digitalization options also could be positive and negative impact. So this is a really important research questions, that how to involve policymaker into this, the use of AI.
So thank you. Let's ask the policymaker, Mr. Ere, what would be for implementing artificial intelligence in local and regional authorities? What do you see as the biggest challenge in implementation of artificial intelligence in day-to-day policy making?
Thank you for the question. I think the biggest challenge is linked to the privacy, the protection of the privacy. And what I showed before regarding this energy production and consumption, we try to implement what we call the smart grid, and that needs to implement in every house, in every apartment, a system that can manage the need of energy. Let's say you come back home at night, you want to load your electric car. So the system, like the big brother, should know that you are home, that the next day at like 7 a.m. you want to leave to go to Geneva, so you need the full load. And then the system should manage in the best way to load your car linked to the production capacity and production perspective that we have during the night. So if you imagine that the system would be hacked, then that means that the entire life of the people could be transparent and given to the hackers. And this is maybe a big issue that we would have in terms of data protection and privacy respect. We don't hear you.
Microphones are AI steered, so that basically means my simple intelligence doesn't manage to get it going at the right time. Now, Peter, I have, if you're still there, because I don't see on the screen, but Peter, there's a bit of a stargazing question for you. That is, what do you think a digitally managed energy system will look like in 20 years' time? Give us a bit of glass ball staring.
It's a really good question, and I'm not sure I'm going to be able to do the question justice. But I think effectively what we see is that AI will flow into a lot of the decision-making processes throughout the energy system. So just starting at the bottom, and when you're looking at when an asset developer might be looking to develop a solar farm or a battery asset, AI will flow into optimizing those investment decisions. And then for the networks themselves, for the electricity networks, they're making decisions around what can connect to the networks, as well as what upgrades they'll need to make to the networks. Again, all of those decisions will be optimized using AI. And so increasingly, I think we'll move to a system where electricity systems are effectively automated, and the human capacity in them is more to check to make sure that the AIs are working in the right way, in the way that we want. But increasingly, we'll see those humans in the loop starting to come out of the loop as the trust from the AI system is built. So ultimately, I think we will be heading towards a pretty much completely automated electricity system, albeit one where there is good democratic input, which may be perhaps the limiting factor on some of these automation features.
Thank you. I did put you a little bit on the spot there, but I will alleviate a little bit the burden of you and ask the same question, because we have 2 minutes left. So I'll ask the same questions. How do we see those checks and balances between the use of artificial intelligence? How do we make sure that the benefits outweigh the risks in the use of artificial intelligence in the coming years? And since we have 4 speakers, you have 30 seconds to reply to that. Shall I start with David?
Yes, exactly. I think the check and balance, we need to be careful with the energy consumption of the AI hardware and the benefit in terms of environment and energy saving thanks to AI. So this is where I see a big challenge for us. 20 seconds.
Hello, thank you. Professor Yamagata, 30 seconds. The checks and balances for the future.
Yeah, thank you very much. Actually, it is very important to see the benefit, to understand the benefit of the users of the system. So if the user enjoys the benefit, I think they understand why this system actually useful for the community. If they don't understand, this is just a scary, privacy problem. That's my point.
Thank you. Jerry?
So I would say that the way to do this is to ensure we've got a principle-based approach to AI, whether it's applied in energy grid, whether it's applied in transportation or others, that adheres to what I would say are the OECD principles around AI, which include issues of transparency, engagement. It's a human-centered approach, which I think is what we were just hearing about, engagement of the public and understanding the benefits, the risks, and having the opportunity for transparency into the policymaking process and the system development. I will just note that we at OECD are in the process of reviewing the 2019 AI recommendation with a view toward its revision, and this is happening at the time when generative AI is raising a number of new questions. So we hope to have something more to report on that in 2024.
Thank you so much. Thank you. With this, we are right in time to have finalized the discussion. Sorry, Peter, I haven't given you back the floor a second time on this very difficult question. Thank you for the audience online and here in the room to have followed this session with so much interest. Thank you for the many questions that we received, and thank you for your active participation. Thank you so much. Bye.
Normalement, il devrait pas s'éteindre. C'est-à-dire que normalement, il devrait pas s'éteindre si tu bouges pas le bouchon, mais là, il s'éteint.
Il s'éteint et après tu dois l'allumer et après il y a plusieurs positions qui sont
Oui, parce que
C'était
déjà
la
hier
première
soir,
ligne.
ouais, exactement.
Et donc tu allumes, mais tu ne sais pas s'il est allumé par les autres.
Mais c'était parfait. Tout seul en plus sur un panel, tout seul sur un panel, c'était parfait.
Oui, mais ils étaient tous.
Oui.
Ils étaient tous ailleurs. Ils étaient tous ailleurs
Oui, parce que normalement, il y a.
ce portable de mon collègue ne s'est pas utilisé.
Le professeur devait être en personne.
Ça va, ça va bien?
Normalement.
Oui, oui.
Le professeur devait être en personne normalement.
Oui, merci.
Le japonais?
Oui, c'est ce que j'avais vu sur le site.
Oui, oui. Bonjour. Je pense qu'on s'est rencontrés que en ligne. J'ai écrit le rapport sur les blockchains pour le Conseil de l'Europe. On avait fait le lancement en webinaire, c'est vous qui avez. Je voulais juste me présenter.
Merci.
J'ai assisté à pas mal d'événements du Conseil.
Je sais pas quand. Ah ouais. Non, non, mais je te le rends. J'ai juste besoin de bien.
Pas de soucis, vas-y, fonce.
J'ai enlevé un des panélistes. Parce qu'elle avait envoyé une vidéo.
Oui. Ah.
Non, non.
Oui, c'est bien ce que j'ai.
J'avais envoyé une vidéo.
Ah oui, non, c'est un peu plus compliqué du coup à.
Oui, on circule le rapport sur le blockchain régulièrement. Merci beaucoup.
Ah, mas por que eu não fazer anúncio ao relatório?
Ah, c'est relatório? Achei que só online, não só online.
Só online, ai, graças a Deus.
Oi. Vai? Acho que não, não. Acho que é.
Ai, que tirou o peso das minhas costas.
Você é.
Não, não é porque eu tô falando que tirou um peso das minhas costas.
Não, não, é você.
Eu jurava que eu era relatora agora. Eu só tenho um relatório para escrever em livro.
Tá tranquilo.
Beleza. Ah, não, então faça um aqui, se for fazer volume.
Aí depois eu mando pra você o relatório da sua. Aí você coloca, porque eu acho que como você quis preencher o bagulho, você tem acesso a tudo.
Excuse me,
Yes.
may I ask you some questions?
Yeah, sure.
How many local speakers here?
Will be three, well, myself, the moderator, and two more speakers.
So three.
Three.
Three of you. And you have Zoom online speakers?
One online speaker.
One online speaker. Okay. And you're going to have a question time?
Yes.
Yes. Okay, thank you very much. You use some data, or you show you present
I'm not
something?
showing
Anything.
No, but none of the speakers will show. I think you already went there. There is the guy.
Okay. Okay.
mexer nele tudo. Pessoal, a gente está assistindo uma televisão agora, a gente pensa na comida, experiência com segurança da internet também, né? Realmente você sente falta desse movimento de trabalho na ponta, por exemplo, como é que você está? Divertir seriamente, pensando aí também tem a Gil e Ramona, que são quilombolas, gente, que vocês estão aqui? Eles estão para vir, eles vão também a eles. Ah, claro. Só que eu não sei se eles não vão. Eles também não falam inglês, então a gente vai fazer uma sessão mais para a mãe do que o inglês.
Janaína Costa? Falei?
Falei com os membros.
Você é o repórter.
Que fazer o acordo, pode continuar. Mas é para falar alguma coisa?
Você?
Não. Não.
Ah, você não vai falar da cartilha?
Eu falo com as palavras mistas. Se deixar depois de estar os dados, eu faço. Deixa eu ver o falo.
Tá bom. Qual que era a ordem?
Starts 3:15
Yes.
and finish 4. It's okay? Thank you.
Qual que é você?
International Union for the Scientific Study of oficial, que eu sou que não é oficial.
International Union
For the Scientific Study of Population.
tá o... Não, a Vitória tá online? Acho que tá, né? Vitória, tá. Okay. So, good afternoon, everybody. Good night and good morning for people online. We'll be starting this session about the relations of grassroots movements and the internet. And so the idea here is to understand what are the challenges of the use of the internet by these communities and grassroots movements. What are the advantages of the internet? How this relation happens, and maybe hopefully we can share experiences and learn from each other, right? So my first speaker will be Vitória Cruz. She is an activist from the homeless workers movement in Brazil, and she'll talk about the technology hub that exists in the movement. So, Victoria, the floor is yours.
Good evening, everyone. First and foremost, I'd like to express my gratitude for each one of you being here. My name is Vitória Cruz, and I'm from São Paulo, Brazil. I'm honored to participate in this event to share a bit about the remarkable work of the Homeless Workers Movement's Technology Hub. It's only natural that curiosity may arise regarding why a housing-focused movement has a technology sector. Allow me to shed light on this before we proceed. Brazil is an incredible country, home to an even more incredible people. Nevertheless, it grapples with a problem that afflicts many other nations: the mismatch between what is written in the law and what is actually enforced. A striking example is the right to housing, enshrined in the paragraph 5 of our Constitution. Quote, social rights include housing. However, Brazil faces a housing deficit of 25 million residents. Unfortunately, housing is treated as a commodity rather than a legally guaranteed right. This results in millions living in precarious conditions due to real estate speculation. This is where the homeless workers movement, or MTST, emerged. It rises to question the privilege of the more affluent and to ensure that what is written in the Constitution is more than mere ink on paper. MTST tirelessly fights for the law to be upheld, and it was conceived so that all may have access to a basic and inalienable right, the right to a dignified home. Throughout these 25 years of history, while the primary focus of the movement is housing, MTST, in joining forces with the people, has also learned to recognize and address other crucial needs. The same constitution I mentioned earlier guarantees the right to food. However, in 2022, Brazil returned to the map of hunger, with 60 million Brazilians facing food insecurity. In response, MTST took necessary action. Without any institutional support, we established 50 solidarity kitchens for the free distribution of food, alleviating the hunger of thousands of Brazilians. In this context, it is with this track record of tangible actions in service of the community that the Technology Hub comes to life. Another essential right is access to the internet, and once again, MTST mobilized to secure this right. In 2021, we emerged with a mission to democratize technology as a readily accessible resource for all. We organized free programming courses in public schools, automated community gardens, and delivered dozens of websites along with developing various applications. I will now delve into more detail about two of these projects. Contrate quem luta, or hire those who fight, represents an innovation in the hiring process of service providers within the movement. Through an WhatsApp automation, those in need of service send a message to a specific number. The bot responds, comprehends the needs, and directs the clients to a worker capable of meeting their demands. With this initiative, we have organized hundreds of workers who found employment thanks to Contrate Quem Luta. Of course, we inherent challenges with this approach. While we would prefer to use a platform other than WhatsApp, we recognize it has most widely used tool in people's daily lives. Furthermore, we cannot afford to use a more robust application, as in simpler phones, memory space is limited. Nevertheless, in committing not only to discuss accessibility, but to effectively implement practical solutions, we must grapple with the complexities and contradictions of our actions. Another significant project I'd like to highlight is the Kitchens Wi-Fi. These 50 kitchens I mentioned not only provide free meals, but also grant free internet access. We believe not only are people worthy of sustenance and shelter, but also as citizens, people have the right to fully engage in their own culture. Through the provided internet, we are able to offer more technology courses. We not only provide access, but also teach how to utilize and create technology, promoting the autonomy of workers and enabling more meaningful access. With these internet connections, the population in these areas can attend classes, engage on social media, access and essential public service, stay informed, and communicate with the world around them. It's a crucial step toward a more inclusive and equitable society. We firmly believed that the internet is not merely a convenience, but rather a fundamental right for democracy. It enables an activist from a homeless worker movement in Brazil to have the voice and presence to speak in an internationally significant event like this, demonstrating that geographical barriers can no longer be an obstacle to advocating for human rights and social justice. As I mentioned, we have other projects, but these are the most relevant for this event. Lastly, I'd like to reiterate that everything we have achieved has been done without financial support and solely through volunteer efforts. We are in a constant state of learning, continually grappling with the complexities that we commit to facing. This is why we are here not only to present our work, but also to learn about other initiatives. I want to thank for the space provided and extend a special thank you to all colleagues in the Homeless Workers Movements Technology Hub, whose dedication has made all the accomplishments I've shared possible. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Victoria. I find it really inspiring and fantastic how when the workers themselves take action and act to create technology, and that's when their needs are actually met, and not by expecting, I guess, from other institutions that not necessarily care about these things. So for the next speaker, I would like to ask Janaína Costa. She is from the International Union for the Scientific Study of Population and International Coalition for Digital Identity Human Rights, and I would like for her to present some experiences that she had. So Janaína, the floor is yours.
Thanks so much, Xavier. Thank you, everybody, to be here. And really, my predecessor really is inspiring the project and what the work has been done by the Homeless Union. My name is Janaína Costa. Xavier presented. I'm going to talk a little bit of the work that the Digital Identity and Human Rights Coalition that actually was born in the last IGF in Addis in Ethiopia has been done through this year. and how this relates with achieving the last mile, and really achieving the needs and meeting the needs of those who have created their own technology and really meaningful engagement in space like this, like IGF. So what we aim to do with this coalition was really level the play field in between like small grassroots organizations that actually understand the context, understand the needs for connection, meaningful connection. For example, as Victoria was saying, not just access of internet, but how digital literacy and how the connection, digitization, in the case of the coalition, digitization of population registers, for example, digital identity, are really affecting the lives of these people. So the work of coalition revolves around digital identity and human rights, right? So what you're talking about here is the key to access, to being part of the society, the legal proof of identity. That's how you access, in most countries, healthcare, education, how you vote. So you see how it's important for a myriad of your most basic human rights. But the things that differ, one organization of the coalition to another is really the size and where they work. It's more rooted. For example, we have some institutions that are global reach, and one is just like one little town in Ethiopia, one little town in Uganda, and we have, like, for example, Access Now that's like in almost 100 countries. And so bringing them together, we can really share knowledge. So we call like learning and sharing, so we can learn from each other the different needs and also share our expertise. So what I want to highlight so a little bit of the work of the coalition, how it's important is really doing that, like level the field and bring everyone together to a space like this. For example, this year the coalition had a panel and we brought more than 30 people, and we have like now 50 organizations that are part of the coalition, and 30 of them being represented here at IGF. That would not be possible if not bring everyone together, so our voices are made louder, and then we can really achieve in thinking about funding, but also and speak as one one body when we come here and do our panel and state our fears and concerns about digitization of identity, for instance. That's my case. I think that's what I want to really highlight, and I think I want to leave more space for others to speak, and I hope engage in a meaningful discussion. And if you want to learn more about the coalition, please come to me after this session, and I'll be happy to explain for you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Janaína. I think I'd like to call Ale Costa Barbosa from the Weizenbaum Institute. I think he will present us a publication, I guess. Let's see.
Can you just help me with the slide, please? I'm just trying to broadcast it. Okay, thank you. Thank you everyone for being here. It's really a pleasure. I'm really, really happy to see this kind of session taking place in IGF especially. I will be really quick for us to have more time to discuss. If any of you are interested, has any doubt about the work we've been doing, but also how, as Janaína said, how can we strengthen, how can we really build coalitions from social movements in internet governance fora. We launched in 1st of May this year, this booklet, Movimento dos Trabalhadores Sem Teto e a Luta pela Soberania Digital, the Homeless Worker Movement in Brazil and a Struggle for Digital Sovereignty, in a partnership between the technology sector and researchers, me myself in the Weizenbaum, but also Professor Rafael Groman in the University of Toronto, who enabled us through a microgrant to develop this research, this manifest. And if anyone is interested to know how, which are the projects that we've been working on, why are we working on this, as pretty much stated brilliant by Victoria, more than welcome to take a look. Thank you.
Great, thank you. So, yeah. Thank you, Ale. Yeah, so I think as Janaína and Ale mentioned, I hope this event can lead to cooperation among many organizations. So next, I would like to call Gisele Martins. She's from the Coalizão de Mídias. And if you can present with some experiences and some thoughts.
Boa tarde, eu sou Gisele Martins, da Coalizão de Mídias Periféricas, Faveladas, Quilombolas e Indígenas. Estou aqui ao lado do Raimundo, que também faz parte da mesma coalizão, e venho aqui falar um pouco da experiência sobre o uso de internet e as dificuldades que a gente tem dentro de uma favela, que é a favela da Maré, no Rio de Janeiro, que é a favela que eu moro.
Thank you, Gisele. I'll be quickly translating. Gisele Martins and Raimundo Quilombo. It's a really pleasure to have them here. Thank you also, Pajé. They represent a coalition also of media organizations working in peripheric, favelas, quilombolas communities, and I'm going to share with us a bit of their experience in the complex Maré, which is one of the hugest favela complex in Brazil.
A gente tem várias experiências de comunicação comunitária nas favelas, nos quilombos, mas especificamente na favela da Maré a gente tem jornais, a gente tem rádio comunitária, TV, rádio poste, carros de som, bicicleta, e que vem funcionando ao longo de mais de 20 anos dentro da favela da Maré. E essas diferentes mídias foram muito importantes para a gente durante a pandemia.
They have been working for over 20 years now and working with different projects, mainly with community networks, media networks, and it's really, really important for the organization, for the daily basis organization of the communities in Maré.
E assim como o MTST, a gente fez cozinhas solidárias, arrecadamos dinheiro de forma online para fazermos vaquinhas e fizemos uma grande campanha de comunicação na favela da Maré. São 16 favelas, 140 mil moradores, conseguimos atender praticamente todos os moradores a partir dessas diferentes tecnologias de comunicação.
Amazing. The favela Maré complex is it's composed by 16 favelas in Rio de Janeiro, and pretty much as the MTST, the Homeless Workers Movement, did, as Vitória said, about the Solidarity Kitchens, they also used crowdfunding to provide meals during the pandemic, and mainly through the use of this information and communication technology. Right?
Mas, para além dessas inúmeras tecnologias, a gente tem há 10 anos na Maré uma página que se chama Maré Vive, que funciona também para denunciar as violações quando se tem operações policiais na Maré, como está ocorrendo há 3 dias seguidos. E essa página é uma página para falar sobre as informações de onde está o tanque de guerra, a polícia, fazer com que os moradores denunciem e fazer também com que a gente consiga se comunicar rapidamente para que as pessoas não saiam de casa, não levem os filhos à escola em dias de grandes operações policiais.
But beyond the technology themselves, they have a platform, a website called Maré Vive, in which also on a daily basis, people reporting police abuse, and it's really, really important. It's actually critical for denouncing human rights and so on. Sorry for my free translation here.
É uma página que se comunica para dentro da Maré e tem uma grande participação comunitária, mas a gente consegue, por semana, atingir mais de 1 milhão de pessoas. Significa que a gente também se comunica para fora da Maré e a nível internacional também.
Even though it's focusing in internal communication, they've been reaching over 1 million people on a weekly basis, even in international level.
Mas hoje, a nossa realidade na Maré, depois de tantas conquistas nas diferentes tecnologias de comunicação que a gente tem nessa experiência comunitária, hoje o que a gente tem de realidade na Maré é uma não tecnologia. As nossas antenas de internet e cabos de telefonia foram retirados da Maré pelas forças do tráfico, da milícia local.
And what they are really facing concrete is that their internet infrastructure, the antennas, the servers and so on, they are being taken out from the cables, from the police forces, from the state forces mainly. So they're actually facing a non-technology movement somehow.
Então, para concluir, eu coloco aqui essa questão de como se pensa o acesso à internet nas áreas urbanas também, quando a gente fala de favelas e periferias. A gente pensa que a aldeia não tem internet, que o quilombo não tem internet, que a parte rural não tem internet, mas a gente vem sofrendo um grande retrocesso dentro das favelas e das periferias nos grandes centros do Brasil, quando a gente pensa que esses locais estão hoje dominados por forças de segurança não estatais, que também tem a ver com o Estado. Eu tenho um celular 5G, mas que dentro da Maré não chega o 5G. A gente não tem telefones mais fixos na Maré, a gente não tem mais antenas de grandes empresas na Maré, a nossa internet vem sendo controlada, e a pergunta que fica, para terminar minha fala, é como a gente reconquista o acesso à internet dentro desses locais e como a gente continua fazendo o nosso trabalho de sobrevivência e de articulação comunitária dentro de favelas, como a minha favela, que tem 140 mil moradores, por exemplo, que é a favela da Maré. É isso. E agradeço a Artigo 19 por terem feito convite para mim e para o Raimundo de estarem aqui.
Gisele said that the question that we must ask is how can we really enable that what have been called a lot here in IGF, that this meaningful connectivity, right? This meaningful access to the internet in a place, in territories that are completely controlled by state and non-state actors. We call it militias, that really disable any sort of internet infrastructure, access to 5G in this, for instance, as she mentioned, in this specific context. So how can we rebuild, reconquer this really autonomous and sovereign internet access somehow?
Just I can add something to the translation. One issue that she brought, it's an issue that's not only the reality of Rio, but also in São Paulo, and it's a kind of a paradox. When you think about deserts of unconnected, we think about the rainforest in Brazil, we think about deserts, but actually in the biggest cities in Brazil, inside of the favelas, we don't have connectivity. So what she was saying that she have a device that is able to connect to the 5G, but inside of the favela, she cannot connect to the internet. And that's the reality for Maré, for more than 140,000 citizens, and it's also the same reality that's facing in these big communities in São Paulo, for example, for instance. I think it is really important because it's a kind of paradox that we live in Brazil.
Okay. Thank you very much, Gisele. Raimundo will speak now. So Raimundo Quilombo is from, he works, or he's from TV Quilombo, and he will talk about his experience now. So, please.
O meu nome é Raimundo Quilombo, né? Eu venho aqui participando, né, quem nos trouxe aqui foi a Artigo 19, que a gente quer agradecer bastante. Eu sou do Quilombo Rampa, o Quilombo Rampa fica situado a 27 quilômetros da cidade de Vargem Grande, no estado do Maranhão, e eu sou um dos fundadores da Rádio TV Quilombo Rampa, né, uma comunicação popular que nasceu com o intuito da gente contar a nossa própria história do nosso próprio jeito, né, usando principalmente a tecnologia ancestral, que é a tecnologia que já existe, e adaptando a tecnologia moderna a essa tecnologia que já existe na comunidade.
Thank you for being here. Raimundo Quilombo, he comes from an organization called Quilombo Rampa in the state of Maranhão, in the northeast region of Brazil, in between the northeast region and the Amazon rainforest. And they really thank Article 19 for bringing them here. And they are doing a work, they're trying to combine the use of ancestral technologies, the knowledges from Quilombos, also from indigenous communities, combined with the digital technology itself.
E a TV ela tem esse propósito, né, de, além de contar a sua própria história, fazer com que a juventude, né, os mais velhos, né, os anciãos que a gente chama, as crianças tenham uma nova perspectiva do lugar que eles estão, né? Então, quando a gente começou a se enxergar em espaços, por exemplo, na tela de um celular, na tela de uma televisão, isso mudou muito o modo da população ver o mundo, né? Porque aumentou a identidade e a gente também usa a comunicação popular como uma forma de luta, né? Contra o preconceito, contra o racismo que é institucional, contra o racismo ambiental, né? Porque a gente sabe que nas comunidades como quilombola, indígenas, né? São onde ainda mantém a floresta de pé, né? E a gente usa a comunicação popular também para fazer denúncias, né? Contra violações de direitos, principalmente da política pública, que nosso país é bem complicada, né? Complicado de entender, né? Para falar o mínimo.
Sorry. And then you've been using the technology even to allow this connection with old, elderly people, and the young people, enabling them even to change their perception about the territory they're living in. He said that it increased their even sense of identity, and they're using technology even to tackle institutional racism, environmental racism, and and they are pretty much aware that these communities are the ones who make, for instance, the forest being kept alive somehow. Yeah. But that's in the case of the indigenous communities. Yeah.
E já para direcionar para o final, né, a gente prega muito a questão do uso da tecnologia ancestral, porque é a tecnologia que mantém as comunidades de pé e viva até hoje, né? Por exemplo, na pandemia ajudou muito a gente com a questão da escassez do sinal de internet. Como é que a gente fazia para avisar as outras comunidades, né, do perigo que era a Covid-19? Era na comunicação offline, né, na comunicação boca a boca, na comunicação do grito, que a gente chama ancestral. Quero até destacar aqui a ajuda, né, que a gente teve da Artigo 19 no período da pandemia, né, que conectou a gente, enquanto comunidade quilombola, com outras comunidades quilombolas de outros territórios, comunidades indígenas também de outros territórios, onde a complicação que uma enfrentava ajudava a gente, né, no enfrentamento da outra, né, e esse uso da tecnologia moderna, com a tecnologia ancestral que já tem na comunidade, que as comunidades sempre, né, fizeram, ajudou muito e contribui até hoje com a gente para que a gente possa, em meio a não o acesso da internet, conseguir romper várias barreiras, né?
Thank you very much. He emphasized this need of really bringing which is the traditional communication, this face-to-face communication, which can be perceived as this ancestral technology. And also thank it again, Article 19, that supported them in building networks with other communities in the region to share their experiences, which were quite similar in terms of challenges and potential ways of mitigating them. So that was really helpful. Thank you very much, Raimundo.
Thank
you.
Okay, so we are almost in the end of our time, so hopefully we have at least one question or, well, no.
We still have 15 minutes, right? Yeah, so
okay, great.
Anyone who
so
would like
even
to
better.
come on?
So I don't know if anyone wants to make some questions. Yeah, feel free. Comments.
Or shared experience.
José Renato. Thank you.
Hey, well, it's good that this session's happening at the end of the IGF because it's by far like the most interesting, the most motivating, I'd say. And also, and I always speak this to Ale, this necessary bridging that we need to do between these different movements, especially our movement, the digital rights movement, which is so isolated. Então, estou querendo dizer que é muito importante, em primeiro lugar, que essa sessão muito massa que ela está rolando no fim do IGF, porque ela é incrível, mais inspiradora. Como é importante a gente linkar melhor, né, no Brasil e no mundo, esses dois movimentos, que é o de direitos digitais e, assim, não dois movimentos, né, mas parar de isolar o campo de direitos digitais dos outros. E talvez o que eu queria saber, e depois eu traduzo para o inglês, tipo, em primeiro lugar, como é que a gente pode talvez como é que a gente pode continuar aprofundando essas relações. Eu acho que o papel do artigo 19 nisso fundamental, uma aula de como fazer isso. E também como é que a gente pode trazer, e talvez isso mais relacionado ao MTST, talvez, mas acho que também vocês podem falar outras coisas. Como a gente pode, de que forma a gente pode, claro, existem várias formas de a gente exigir do Estado, né, mais ação nesse sentido, mas talvez como seria mais estratégico para a gente fazer isso? Foco em cooperativismo de plataformas, sei lá, fomentar isso mais, etc. O quê? Então, vocês passarem a visão de vocês. So, just to translate, would like to ask first, how can we continue bridging these two, the digital rights movement with other grassroots movements in Brazil in an effective manner? Article 19 is really giving us a lesson about that. And finally, what would be a good strategy for us to demand from the state measures to promote this more? Because we cannot expect that communities and movements in general with few resources to take all of the responsibility for that. Thank you very much.
Okay, so we'll make a batch of questions and then we'll come back to the speakers. Okay, thank you very much.
Oi, gente. Vou em português primeiro, depois faço a tradução em inglês também. Que bom que vocês estão aqui, muito feliz. Parabéns por essa mesa. Eu queria compartilhar uma informação e já fazer um convite. No Comitê Gestor da Internet no Brasil, a gente tem tentado avançar na discussão sobre conectividade significativa e o papel das redes comunitárias nesse processo também. É uma relação que envolve um debate que vai muito além do acesso à internet, mas passa por soberania digital também. E tem uma previsão aí da gente fazer uma grande discussão sobre isso no início do ano que vem. Então, vai ser ótimo a gente poder, como o Zé bem disse, reforçar esses laços, né, e ampliar essas conexões, que não são só de internet, são conexões humanas e laços importantes. E já deixar um convite para a gente começar a pensar junto esse processo, né? Para que não sejam só pessoas que sejam convidadas para um evento, mas para que a gente construa essa discussão junto e que o resultado possa ser a gente conseguir, do ponto de vista de compromissos do Estado brasileiro, entender o que a gente entende por conectividade significativa no nosso território, com as nossas desigualdades, com as nossas perspectivas. Então, so just wrapping up in English, I would like just to thank for the panel and to invite you all from the Brazilian Internet Steering Committee. We are organizing an event to talk about meaningful connectivity in Brazil next year, and also about community networks, I'm sorry, and then I would like to invite you all to build this process together with us, not only to be part of the event, but also to think about it. And one of the goals of this initiative is to, at the end, have an idea of how to commit the Brazilian state on what we really understand for meaningful connectivity in Brazil, considering our inequalities, our territories, and our goals for a democratic inclusion in Brazil as well. So thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Okay, one more question then, and then we wrap up.
Ok, boa tarde, gente. Vou falar primeiro também em português and after the translation. It will be real quick, just só se vocês quiserem falar um pouco mais sobre a experiência de conexão das pessoas nos diferentes territórios, né? Tanto nas cozinhas do MTST, quanto no Quilombo, enfim, como essa experiência de conexão impactou as pessoas, assim, tanto de forma positiva, quanto também, possivelmente, de forma negativa, né? Às vezes, a internet chega de diferentes formas e ela causa diferentes impactos, né? So I would like to know how the providing access, internet access to people, such as in the Solidarity kitchens in MTST and also in Quilombos, how it impacted lives of people positively and also maybe negatively, because the internet comes and it arrives and it has lots of impacts, even nowadays when sometimes we want to just shut down the internet in some places, right? So that's it. Thank you.
Okay, so let's go back to the speakers so they can answer the questions and maybe give the final remarks. So, então vamos voltar aqui para os palestrantes, né, para eles responderem as perguntas e fazerem os comentários. Maybe I'll start with Victoria. So we go in the same order again? No? Fale em português.
Não passa para outro.
Ou então...
Pode falar em português? Porque...
Vai lá, vai lá.
Então você se vira aí para traduzir depois. Mas eu vou responder só essa última pergunta sobre a experiência da internet tanto nas ocupações, né, quanto nas cozinhas. A gente tem esse processo de acessibilidade, porque... Quer que vá parando, o Xavier?
Como?
Se ela pode parando, pode
Quer
ser.
que vá parando para reduzir?
So she's going to answer to the last question about the experience of having access in the homeless kitchens and communities.
Então, primeiro que colocar a internet só nos lugares não era suficiente, uma vez que as pessoas não tinham acesso antes, e não era só uma questão de entrar e começar a usar, né? E no Brasil, vários serviços públicos passaram para o meio digital, sem a preocupação de acessibilidade com as pessoas. Então, teve gente perdendo emprego, teve gente não conseguindo tirar documento, teve gente de várias formas que não era só fornecer internet, que essas pessoas iam começar a utilizar de forma natural. Então, a primeira coisa que a gente fez foi tentar ensinar para que as pessoas tivessem esse acesso.
So what Victoria is saying, that it was not just enough to bring connectivity to the kitchens or to the community, because actually many of the people that connected through the kitchens, they have never connected before. They didn't have access to the device or the internet itself. And she also states that in Brazil, ultimately, on the last years, many of the public services became online. So it was really, really important for these people not just learn how to access the internet, but access these life-saving services from government. So what they did is they brought the internet, but also brought people to teach how to access internet and access these new government online services.
Okay.
Só ia comentar muito rápido de que, no geral, ajudou. Então, a gente pode fazer aulas, as pessoas gostam mais de ficar nas cozinhas e também se torna uma forma de se conectar com as pessoas, não é só pegar a comida e ir embora, né? A gente consegue conversar com todo mundo que vai nas cozinhas, mas que, claro, isso traz contradições, né? Então, um debate que a gente teve foi se a gente ia liberar a internet para todo mundo, se a gente ia restringir alguns sites, mas aí se a gente restringir sites, a gente pode entrar num debate moralista. Então, são questões, mas que a gente conversa, né? Fazer isso envolve contradições, mas a gente se propõe a fazer de qualquer maneira. Não sei se está respondido.
Yeah, so it's saying about a little bit of the challenge that they face when they brought the XX. For example, people like to access from the kitchen and everything and have the classes about it, and this was really, really well accepted and received. But also one of the challenges was like, which kind of access we're going to liberate, like all kind of access to all kind of websites on the internet. So they thought, should they restrict to any kind of, which framework to use? Is a moral framework? So this that they're working through, and so far they prefer to all access to internet.
Okay, thank you very much, Victoria. So Gisele, would you like to answer the questions and present your comments? So Gisele, pode comentar alguma pergunta ou fazer seus comentários finais.
Primeiro, pensar a internet no Brasil quando a gente precisa pensar que existem diferentes Brasis, né? E que o racismo digital é uma realidade nossa. Eu fico pensando que lá atrás, nos governos anteriores do PT, tinha uma campanha que eles faziam de que estavam oferecendo internet para as favelas, para as periferias, só que essa internet funcionou só na Avenida Brasil. Não funcionou dentro da favela da Maré. Isso saiu em vários jornais que estava chegando a internet na Maré, mas essa internet nunca chegou. E aí, quando se pensa esses grandes encontros sobre a internet, precisa pensar a partir desses territórios, porque nesses territórios que em 2020 a gente conseguiu ou tentou combater as fake news, a desinformação, né? E essa desinformação a gente só conseguiu trabalhar isso porque a gente já fazia um trabalho de 20 anos territorial. E, para terminar, experiências positivas e negativas de conexão, né? E aí eu fico pensando que nos grupos de WhatsApp, nas favelas, a desinformação chegava falando que tinha que usar cloroquina, né, sobre a pandemia, mas, ao mesmo tempo, a gente tentou ali fazer inúmeros grupos de WhatsApp para dizer que a cloroquina não servia e fazer uma grande campanha em prol da vacina. E aí eu penso que hoje a gente está sem internet na maré não é por acaso. A gente não tem telefonia fixa, não tem internet, não tem 3G, não tem antena, não é por acaso. Porque, por exemplo, a Fiocruz está dentro da favela da Maré e tem internet. A UFRJ está dentro da Maré e tem internet. Porque grandes favelas como a minha não têm internet. Eu acho que esse é mais um interesse também do governo. Então, como a gente também repudia esse governo e trabalha ali a partir dos nossos territórios, dizendo que isso não é por acaso. Então, para se pensar em internet no Brasil, precisa pensar o racismo digital primeiro. E era isso. Muito obrigada pela oportunidade de estar aqui.
Gisele said that it's really important to think that in the Brazilian case, but also to the other places, that there are different Brazils inside one Brazil, right? And like previous governments from the Labour Party, they even offered free internet access, announcing that, but the internet access itself never reached the Maré favela complex, but a close-by avenue. They try to tackle, they've been trying to tackle the disinformation, fake news, and so on, but that's in this territory, but the success is mainly given to the 20 years long trajectory in territorial work, and they even created like WhatsApp groups during the pandemic to tackle the information around vaccines, chloroquine, and so on. But she realized that today it's not by accident that they don't have access to the internet, to 3G, to infrastructure. Somehow it's political, and we should think of digital racism before thinking of internet access.
So Raimundo, your final thoughts?
A internet para a gente, né, no nosso contexto, para quem vive uma comunidade quilombola, é muito importante, né? São vários fatores que levam a isso. Por exemplo, quando a gente começou a colocar vídeos, né, numa página que a gente tem na internet, você consegue demarcar território, né, dizer que as comunidades quilombolas elas existem, né, que ainda tem uma invisibilidade muito grande a nível de Brasil, a nível de mundo, né, também. E quando você começa a fazer isso, você demarca que as comunidades existem, que você faz parte de um território e que aquele território só existe ali por conta de uma luta que é ancestral nas comunidades, né? Então, por esse lado, a tecnologia moderna ela tem sido muito importante para a gente, né? Que é o caso da internet.
He's saying that it's really important that have like quilombolas representative in this kind of places, that it's communities that are usually invisibilized, not only in the Brazilian level, but in the global level. So it's important to these spaces to make sure that this territory only exists, quilombola, you can search it, because of a really historical struggle in the territory and the non-development in Latin America, especially.
E quando não se tem, né, esse domínio da internet, no caso, às vezes quando você precisa fazer uma denúncia, por exemplo, de uma violação de direito, a internet cai, parece que é automático, né? Mas é tudo já bem planejado. E você imagine uma comunidade quilombola lá no meio do mato, sem ter acesso à internet no período da pandemia, né? Quanta complicação isso faria. Então a gente também usou essa pequena quantidade de internet, né, para se conectar com outras comunidades. Então, na pandemia, por exemplo, a gente falava com uma comunidade de outro estado. O que está dando errado aí, o que está dando certo? E assim a gente conseguia passar para a nossa comunidade e usar a tecnologia offline, né, para ir em outras comunidades que não tinham acesso à internet, para avisar para eles, olha, o vírus não é um vírus simplesinho, né? Ele mata, como é que a gente vai se precaver, tal comunidade deu certo, tal comunidade não deu certo. Então, a gente usa também a internet hoje para conseguir vender os produtos, né, da agricultura familiar. Por exemplo, você manda uma mensagem, a gente tem produtos tal, para a cidade, alguém da cidade quer aqueles produtos, a gente já consegue entregar com facilidade, né? Então, ajuda muito nessa questão. Então, no contexto de comunidades, né, não só comunidades quilombolas, mas comunidades tradicionais de forma geral, a internet ela contribui muito com isso. E tem outro lado também que a gente, enquanto comunidade, enquanto comunicador popular, né, sabem fazer muito bem, que é saber o que pode e o que não pode, né, colocar na internet, por exemplo, né, porque ela também tem seus malefícios, né, mas a gente consegue, dentro da comunidade, a partir de uma comunicação que é feita, que a gente chama de dentro para dentro, conseguir romper essas questões e ajudar a comunidade a pegar a internet como algo que contribui para a vida da comunidade.
Thank you very much. He said that when you try to denounce that you have been a rights compromised, it seems that the internet doesn't work when we really request it. And but also recognizing that the lack of this internet would be even worse during the pandemic somehow. But they really tried to make the best effort to go through different communities with ones that didn't have any internet access to share reliable information around the pandemic. They also been using the internet, as was mentioned by platform cooperativism, to sell food from the solidarity food production, food sovereignty idea, using this platform to sell and generate income. And the internet contributes a lot for that. And they are really much aware of these communities, of what they should really upload or write in the internet, because it can be really risky for them too. And allow me to just say really quick things. Thank you very much for everyone for being here. We are out of time, but thank you for the questions. I think that's the way indeed to move forward, to bring this which are the convergence topics from the internet governance that we can discuss together in the same community, in the civil society, to develop policies, and we can be pretty sure that we'll be working really hard on that. Thank you.
Thank you, Alexandre. So we have to end our session. I'm sorry for the people online that asked. We had a question from Avis from Cameroon, and unfortunately we weren't able to answer. So I thank you all for coming, and last applause for the speakers. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Tirar foto, would like to take picture with us? Down here.
Superstar. Tá blogueirinho, hein? Tá blogueirinho você. Todo blogueiro. Comunicador comunitário.
Você sabe, né, o Barbosa? Tamo juntos, firme e forte na luta.